one's coming this way. Better hope that you're ready for one final fight. And I hear something, it's a knock on the door. A man standing to deliver a vendetta recalls that I failed, and it's clear that my reckoning's nigh. And though I try, he won't leave me this time. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. I want a fresh start. I'm running from the 12-foot criminal. I wanna see a lunatic is finalize his hold on me. And I wanna just put some lyrics there. Head rush, see I'm out on the lam without a single accusation, though I know I'm to blame. And I feel closer to the edge of myself. Health, wealth, and happiness are clouding over. Discover that when I breathe out and gaze down on these ruins of broken hearts and unhurt bodies, I'll begin to discern that if I leave these things that I learned as a child, begin to spiral in a cycle that will never recover another. Now I know that I've become something less than
All right. Hello and welcome.
Hello and welcome, David Jeff.
Here we go. We're about to pick things up. That's a little bit of a mess. Okay. Sorry about that. Some technical difficulties out of the start. Not the best sign, but I am very excited to kick things off today. It is day 2 of the World Chess Championship, and as such, we are going to be doing the full live stream today. Very excited about today. It's going to be a really interesting dynamic, I think, after yesterday, Gukesh losing. And obviously, I think today's a really important day for Gukesh. I think at the very least, he needs to try and hold a draw with the black pieces. But before we start talking about today's game, let's do a little bit of a recap of what we saw yesterday. I'm going to basically just share with you the video that I did at the end of yesterday's stream, just summarizing the game and some of my thoughts of the game in a short video. And then we'll be looking at the press conference. We'll also be looking at Magnus Carlsen. Oh, yes. Magnus Carlsen's thoughts on the game. And then before I forget, I do need to mention the thumbnail. Thank you so much for mentioning the thumbnail and reminding me. Yeah, I thought this was kind of a perfect day 2 thumbnail because yesterday, many Indian supporters' hearts were kind of broken, and Ding was kind of the villain. So I thought we could have Gukesh as James Bond and then Ding Lorin as the villain in today's thumbnail. So that I can't take credit for. That was my dad's idea when I was chatting with him last night. He was like, why don't you use James Bond? And you have like Blofeld, that evil villain, and then James Bond. And I was like, yeah, that'll work. So yeah, anyway, let me know if you like the thumbnail. And also if you have any other ideas for thumbnails. I mean, I've got, potentially 14 days and I'm open for ideas. So feel free to comment. Let's jump into a recap of yesterday. This is just a pre-recorded video from yesterday going through the game, and then we'll take a look at the press conference, and we'll also take a look, listen to Magnus Carlsen's opinions on the game yesterday, and then we'll start looking at a couple of more bits and pieces before we jump into the live action today. So, hello and welcome, David here from Bits Breakdown Chess. Today is the very first day of the World Chess Championship. I just finished live streaming, and I'm not going to lie to you, I'm pretty exhausted, but I'm very excited to bring this game to you today. So without any further ado and without any spoilers, let's jump into it. We have Gukesh with the white pieces and Ding with the black pieces, starting off with 1 e4, and we have the French defense. Specifically, it's the classical line and the Steinitz variation of the classical line. And I have to say, these first few moves were played very, very quickly. Of course, the time controls, they start off with 2 hours on the clock. And you can see that they were mostly played very, very quickly up until this last move, a5, where Ding spent nearly half an hour thinking before he played a5. And we'll see exactly if that half an hour was well spent in a little bit, but I was very surprised to see how much time he spent there. And Gukesh immediately responded 10 seconds. 10 seconds it took him to play knight to f3. So after a5, we're already heading out of sort of the theoretical familiarity of what we might expect out of the opening. And a few moves later, now, after g4,
by Gukesh, we are in a completely new game. And this g4 move is very ambitious, hopefully with the intention of at some point playing f5 and trying to bust things open for white. So I think one of the motivations at this point was the prize money, right? If you win a game, you get 200,000 US dollars. That is an enormous amount of money to win one game. And as such, both players are going to be really, really going for it, which means that we're going to get some exciting chess, not just today, but also in the games to come. So back to the game. We had queen to a5. A couple of interesting moves here. This is a move that we discussed quite a lot, a3, weakening the c3 pawn, which had some sort of longer term ramifications, which we'll see in a little bit. After capturing on d4, this was the first moment that Gukesh had an opportunity to try and get a little bit of an advantage by throwing in this move b4. The queen is kind of irritating in that it's creating pressure on the king, and by playing b4, we are weakening the c4 square, but we're also controlling the dark squares, specifically a square that the bishop would like to go to, maybe the knight would like to go to. So this b4 move is definitely a good move from Gukesh. We have the queen retreating, and after the knight jumps in, Gukesh decides to castle. Now, one of the other options in this position was to play knight to b5, attacking the queen, and of course the queen only has one square. If you move anywhere other than d8, I'm going to be able to capture the knight for free, which is not a good idea. And I thought this was actually a really good sort of direction for Gukesh to go in. If you look at this position, yes, of course, this knight can jump into c4, but generally speaking, this looks quite good for white. Unfortunately, Gukesh didn't play that. He just castled, which I thought was sensible. It's quite conservative, but I think after you play a move like g4 early on, you probably should really try and continue to keep pressure on black. Anyway, the game continues, and we have a few more moves. We have exchange of knights, and now Ding gets his knight on b2. It's a reasonable outpost for the knight, and of course the knight can always return. But now we start to see his plan is putting pressure on this weak c3 pawn. And this is where things start to get quite dodgy for Gukesh, and Ding starts to put a little bit of pressure of his own against Gukesh from this point. So we defend the pawn. Of course, it's being attacked twice, and we need to defend it twice. And once the queen comes in, suddenly the queen is on a very useful square. It's kind of infiltrating white's territory. And at this point, Gukesh decides to play f5 and try to really bust things open after takes. Maybe you can even play a move like e6. There's a lot of different options. But unfortunately, he doesn't get an opportunity to play that because Ding says, I want to exchange queens. And now Gukesh is in a very, very uncomfortable spot. He's thinking, I want to play for the win. I had a slight edge with the white pieces up until now, but I think he started to sense that that momentum was starting to fizzle, but he wasn't quite yet ready to give up. And instead of accepting the exchange, I mean, maybe you don't take, but perhaps you play a move like g5, and then if takes, things are kind of okay. It's mostly equal, but you don't have the same kind of momentum that you had moments ago. So instead, he decides to play queen to e1. And this is where things really start to fall apart for Gukesh. Because of the fact that bishop to g5, attacking the rook, and now the rook is kind of limited in terms of what squares are available. So the rook needs to stay on the c-file. Why? Because this pawn is going to hang if you move, for example, to a1. Now you're only defending this pawn once, and it's being attacked twice. So he moves the rook up to c2, keeping an eye on the c3 pawn, and now we have rook to c4. Other threats in the air, for example, bishop to a4, becomes very, very messy because the rook only has one square to go to, and now this pawn looks like it's going to hang. So things are getting pretty dicey pretty quickly. And we try to chase the bishop away, but of course the bishop can slide even further into white's territory, and Gukesh is really starting to scramble now. At this point, we're on move 25, and he has basically 1 minute per move. And I guess the threat with this move, queen to b1, is that you're threatening to capture the knight. So for example, if black castles, you capture the knight, and now your queen's hanging. But if you capture back, you're effectively just down a piece. So that was a little bit of a threat, but black can very easily solve that by just capturing the c3 pawn. So you capture the c3 pawn, and now, you know, what are you going to do? So that's exactly what happens. You exchange rooks. And now this is where we find one of the most spectacular possibilities of the entire game. Knight to e2, forking the bishop and the queen. Awesome. Queen takes, knight takes, queen takes. This was the line that happened in the game. We were calculating what would happen if you played bishop to c5. So discovery attack on the queen. And yes, you're giving up this pawn, but you're holding on to this pawn. And now takes. I have to give credit to one of my viewers. What was it? Cat in the Catalan, or Cat the Catalan, suggested this brilliant move. Let's see if you can spot it. Very, very exciting, bold. Okay, I shouldn't actually give it away, but I'll play the move for you in 3, 2, 1. Cat the Catalan found the brilliant queen takes h2. And after rook takes, which you really shouldn't do, you're getting mated. Beautiful, beautiful move. But unfortunately, there is a resource that black has to be able to figure out this little situation here. And that is to play queen to d4. Really, really surprising. Saying like, okay, cool. Well, I'm going to throw in a check. You have to deal with the check. Sacrificing itself. And after you capture back, now the rook can capture the queen on h7. And of course, there's no threat of mate on f8 because the bishop is no longer on c5. Pretty incredible, isn't it? So that was a fantastic line spotted by one of the viewers in today's stream. Congratulations to you. I really love this. Sadly, this is not what happened in the game. Instead, Ding offers an exchange of queens, which Gukesh rightfully declines because of the fact that Gukesh is still down 2 pawns, and you don't want to go into an endgame down 2 pawns. And really, after this, it was just a matter of hanging on. Gukesh really tried hard to see if he could hold on, get some counterplay going. But this move over here was particularly frustrating because of the fact that, yes, you're threatening to capture, but now black is threatening to capture. So, for example, takes. Well, you don't even have to take. What's the deal here? Oh, you can take with the queen. So now after you take with the queen, basically this is an endgame and you're still up 2 pawns. Yes, black has doubled pawns, but really black is still doing absolutely exceptional after you pick up Oh, sorry, my microphone's not on. Let's head over to the press conference. Yesterday after the game, they had a press conference between the two players. So let's put that
Hello,
in.
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the post-game press conference. I'm Maurice Ashley, and I'm here with the players after a long and hard fight. The final result, as you know, is a win for the world champion, and I will have a few questions for them. For the press who are here, after I'm finished, there is a microphone that is to my left that you can go to. Please line up there and ask one question, and we will keep going until we've concluded. My first question to you, Liren, is you've won the game in the aftermath of this victory. How does it feel?
Oh, no microphone.
It's on you. It's on you.
Well, first I feel very good. I haven't won a single classical game for a long time, and today I managed to do that. But this game, I think it's, to be fair, it's very lucky for me because I missed 2 tactics. Fortunately, it didn't work for him. And then I will show the
Which move number?
first here. Here. Immediately after I take, I realized I might lose because he can play here. And he has queen h7. It's a very brilliant move, but unfortunately I have queen d4. They not only save the game, but also turn the table around. And the second point is the last move. When I take here, I carefully checked every other moves except bishop e6. If I go here, he can just take that. Maybe he can draw the game. And very lucky I have queen h8. So, because I already know the accuracy of the game, I think overall I played good. Although at some point I thought I would maybe worse out of the opening. Maybe after this he will set it better. But after that, I think he played some normal moves, and suddenly it become unclear, and he's not so happy with his position.
There was a moment in the opening when he played the move C3 that surprised us, that you spent a long time thinking in this position. Why did you spend so long?
Yes, I analyzed it, but I couldn't remember what's the continuation.
I think that's an absolutely incredible thing to mention, and it explains a lot. Yesterday we were all wondering, why did he spend nearly half an hour on this move to play a5? And the reality is he just forgot his preparation and kind of came up with the continuation on the fly, which is typically not something that happens on move 7 or 8 this early on in an opening. So a really special performance from Ding yesterday.
I have to decide between to play the line I knew, but I didn't know carefully, or I need to come up with a new idea in the game, myself, like in the game, and I choose the second one.
See, may I ask you, Gukesh, when did you feel that this position had gone wrong for you?
I guess the turning point was around the point after knight b6. I thought I should be better, but then it was unclear. Maybe I already made some mistakes earlier, but
I think in this position we were talking about knight to b5, attacking the queen. That was one of the top moves instead of castling, but instead he chose to castle here, which almost was a little counterintuitive because of the fact that he was playing so aggressively at this point. So it almost felt like he should have kept the momentum of that aggression up instead of sort of backtracking and saying, okay, I'm going to castle and think about king safety. So, I mean, it's always easy to see after the fact, and especially so when you have an engine that you can see the best line. But yeah, that was certainly an option for him.
Yeah, but maybe a few more moves. And here I suddenly, maybe knight d4 was a mistake. Yeah, I was thinking about bishop d4, but I did not really take this knight d4, knight b2 that seriously. Yeah, and then all these beautiful tactics happened. Yeah, queen f4, g5 I missed, and then fg6, queen g6 is getting out ugly for me. So yeah, I mean, in my calculations I just thought queen f4 is very good for me, but g5 is the problem. And okay, after this I guess it was already tough.
There was some compensation given in this line here after queen takes f4, that you could have played bishop c5 in this moment. And,
yeah, I mean,
and played for rook f3, which looked like it was potentially some chance for you. Did you look at this?
Yeah, I mean, when I went there, initially my plan was obviously to take queen h7, but then I spotted queen d4. And okay, rook f3 I just didn't see. So.
Coming into the game, it's your first game in a World Championship match. Was there a lot of pressure, nervousness? It's easy to talk from the outside before a match, before it even starts, but how did you feel just as you were walking in for the very first time?
Yeah, I mean, for sure I was nervous, and I think it would be surprising if I said I wasn't nervous. I was surely nervous, but after the game started, I calmed down. I think I was playing. Yeah, I obviously surprised them in the opening. I was playing some good chess, but yeah, unfortunately, and then I kind of slipped. The momentum kind of slipped away.
Couldn't be a better start for you, Liren. Your feelings winning with the black pieces, especially.
Yeah, because it's the first game, I think he might get nervous at the start of the match, so I try to play something unusual, which I haven't played for a long time, and it turned out to be worked perfectly.
I will open the floor to the press with any questions.
Leoncho Garcia from El País, Spain. My question to both players is basically asking you to analyze this game from the emotional point of view. In the case of Liren, well, you were supposed to be in bad shape before this game. You had, I think, objective reasons to be worried about your own situation, but suddenly you managed to overcome. How was your feeling process, emotional process during the game? And for Gukesh, you were supposed to play today an opponent in a bad shape, but what happened in reality was very different. How was your feelings? How did you deal with that during the game? Thank you.
Well, since it's been a long time since my last classical game, I think it was played in Olympia, so it's 2 months ago. I have a lot of time to recover and to train, to prepare, to get to the tournament with a totally new appearance. And yesterday during the game, I just thought somehow maybe my position not so good at some point, but then suddenly I found this idea, and I take d4 and then I be to create counterplays on the queen side, and I just move the piece very quickly, and not only to give him the pressure on the board, but also on the clock. Also I had mentioned today I spent nearly all the day game sit on the board, not hiding the players long like the first game of last time. So I think this is a totally new for me, and I don't think last time what was the last time I was so concentrated on one game.
Okay, this obviously it was not a great game by me, and it all depended on the alertness. When all this knight b2 queen c4 happened, I think it was just a tactical oversight by me. It can happen. It's a long match, and about my opponent's form, I think. I expected nothing else. I expected the best version of him, and we have a long match ahead. So it's only more exciting now that I'm training.
I think that's a very mature answer from Gukesh. He understands already. Think of the sting of losing so recently. It was just, I don't know, half an hour previously that he was coming to terms with the fact that he was going to lose. And it really shows how mature he is as a player. And he knows that there is so many opportunities ahead of him that he'll be able to possibly win. It's definitely not over. And I think his awareness of that fact, I think is going to prove very helpful in terms of his mindset.
Next question.
Michael Rahal from FIDE. I wanted to pick up on what you just said, Ding Liren. So you just said that you spent most of the time at the board, actually practically the whole game sitting at the board. That's very different from your performance in Astana, where you spent a lot of time in the lounge. Could you explain a bit more about this decision, how you made it, or is it something you thought about when you arrived at the board today? Thank you.
Well, first I just did not feel any kind of hungry or thirsty, so I don't need to have food or drinks in the player's lounge. And secondly, I think the position for possibilities, and I need to figure out what's my idea, to play castle or play some h5, or like in the game I found the right plan, I think. And yes, it turns out the time flows very quickly. At some point I was down by 1 hour, but then yes, the time flies.
I think what they're referring to is in the previous World Chess Championship between Ding and Nepo, there were long passages of play where both players were just not at the board. They weren't sitting down. They were in the players' rest area. And this time it seemed the opposite, that the vast majority of the time the players were at the table, in front of the table, really switched on, engaged. We might see that things relax a little bit as the tournament or as the World Chess Championship continues. But for the time being, I think this first game, it makes a lot of sense that they're really switched on, focused on what's happening over the board. And as Ding mentioned, you know, once you give your opponent an hour in terms of like a head start on the clock, you're not really interested in getting up and then going to the rest area. You want to make sure that you're not losing any more time than you've already lost.
This is Mike Klein with Chess.com. A question for Grandmaster Ding Liren. Second match in a row, you're working with Richard Rapport, and we're always kind of wondering about your opening choices, how much they came from him, how much they came from you. I'm curious if you wanted to play the French, if he kind of pushed you to play the French, or what impact did he have in your opening choice today?
Yes, he's a French expert. Also, I played French myself last time. And yes, it was our idea to play French, and I just made the decisions to play French in the first game.
Asking on behalf of followers of the FIDE channels for both of you, how many hours did you sleep before round one, and what did you eat before the game?
I usually sleep. It depends on the day, but I try to have at least like 8 hours of sleep, and I think my sleep and my meals were good. Yeah, I'm having some meals before the game, and yeah, I feel good about both.
Well, I sleep the whole night as usual, and before the game, I hope to sleep, but I failed.
If I may just pick up on before the press continues, there was one moment in the game that I recalled that you played very quickly for you, Gukesh. It was the moment when you played the move G4 here. You played it very quickly, and it seemed to surprise many in the audience, including some of the commentators and the like. Was this still your preparation completely?
Yeah, I mean, more like G4, you generally don't play without preparation. So.
Okay. All right. And were you comfortable? You were comfortable with the sequence afterwards, of course, because you had prepared it.
Yeah, I mean, I had looked at it, and after Queen A5, I was playing on my own.
Queen A5 was the novelty for you.
Yeah.
This move. Okay. Next question.
For Gukesh, a heartbreaking defeat, Gukesh, but in what way does this loss change your game plan for the match?
I think the game plan continues to be the same, just to play every game with the same energy and play the best moves in the position. I think it's the same.
I'm from the organization. I have some Chinese questions for Ding Liren. 先祝贺。然后今天这个布局第7步棋是什么原因？
Okay, we'll pause there because I imagine, unless someone would like to comment and say, "Hey, I'm from China. I'd love to hear the answer to those questions." We'll move on. I think most of my audience is English speaking because my content's all in English. One thing that I thought would be really fun to take a look at is the front page of Reddit. And all of this is just filled with really interesting content about the World Chess Championship. Obviously, the first post here has to do with the game yesterday. Ding takes the lead with the black pieces, playing the French defense. Here's a really cool picture of Ding eating walnuts shortly before Gukesh's resignation. I think this was the first time that he got up, if I'm not mistaken. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. But this was really interesting to see that he was just kind of, you know, relaxing a little bit and enjoying the fact that he'd put all of this work in, and now he was able to enjoy the fruits of his labor, just hanging out in the rest area. I'm pretty sure there's a screen with the game, with the board at least in there. Obviously without the analysis bar. That would be a little bit unreasonable. But yeah, that was quite a cool picture of him just chilling out. He just seems so relaxed. And I think that's definitely something that Ding has in his favor. He's just such a chilled out guy. And just, yeah, not celebrating, not completely over the top. Just, you know, casually having some walnuts after winning with or being about to win with the black piece is pretty cool. There's this picture of Vidit just got married. Congrats to you, Vidit. That's awesome. And then I think there was one more post. Oh, yeah, this one. This one I wanted to share with you guys, which I think this is a great thing to bear in mind if you are a big Gukesh fan. This was Bobby Fischer against Spassky, game 1. And Bobby Fischer went down just like Gukesh in the first game of that World Chess Championship. Who's to say that we couldn't see a huge comeback? It's completely possible. And the same picture, you can see exactly the same reaction from the two players. There's Bobby Fischer game 1. I think it was, I'm not sure what year this was. Must have been in the 60s, late 60s. And there, Gukesh is, yeah, facing the same defeat. So not easy to lose. Losing's never fun, but it can act as a really good motivator. And it also helps to kind of settle your expectations. When you do lose, you maybe play with a little bit more freedom. The pressure in a weird way is kind of released. And I think that could definitely help Gukesh. Yeah, who's to say that this couldn't be a really good moment for him just to sort of pivot, change gears, and get a little bit more fire and passion to win. We'll see. All right, so the one thing that I did want to do is head over to the pre-game analysis. So I've got this analysis board here. And what I wanted to share with you guys is this little screenshot. This is a complete picture of all of Ding's games played with the white pieces. And you can see his most played opening, since he's playing with the white pieces, I thought it would be relevant to look at this, is 1d4. Okay, so Queen's Pawn opening. And if we follow the main line that he likes to play, so say we have, let's see, Knight to f6. Oh, sorry, Knight to f6. And then his next response to c4. And instead of transposing to something like the Catalan when you play g3, we looked at this a little bit. This is more of a line that Gukesh actually likes playing. After, say, either, what's quite popular here? Or we can play e6. E6, he often follows up with Knight to f3. So we might see this kind of setup where we get a Queen's Gambit declined. Completely possible. And in fact, this game has been played many, many times with the white pieces from Ding's perspective. So that's certainly an option that we might see on the board. A lot less frequently than, to be honest, I expected, is to start off with, hold on. Yeah, 1e4. I mean, I don't know if this is an error or something, but he has only played this 55 times. He's played d4 542 times. So he really loves 1d4. He's only played e4 55 times. Someone was saying in the chat that maybe it would be incredible if we saw a Sicilian. Looking at these statistics, I think it's not very likely that we see a Sicilian, just based off on how infrequently Ding plays 1e4. Other options for him, c4, very interesting. Knight to f3, the Reti, and a g3. G3 he's played only once. He's played g3 once, and that was in 2017, so quite a while ago. I don't think we'll see 1g3. If we do, that would probably break the chess internet. But yeah, that gives us a little bit of an idea of the options that we might see in terms of openings with the white pieces. I would really love to have seen a Sicilian, but yeah, it just seems like it's not very likely. I think we're probably going to see 1d4. I think, yeah, 1d4 or probably Knight to f3. He might play c4. It's possible. I mean, it seems to be the second most popular opening from Ding's perspective. And if we look also at the percentages, that's really interesting. You can see that the sort of gray bar, that's the draw, the black bar is the loss, and the white bar would be the win. So 38% of the time he wins with 1d4, 34% c4, and then Knight to f3, 47%. So he might be quite incentivized just based on those stats to play knight to f3. And e4, this is the thing that kind of confuses me, is that e4, he has a really, really good win rate with 1e4. Even though he plays it very infrequently, he has a pretty impressive win rate with 1e4. So I'm kind of curious to see if maybe he takes that into account. We'll see. But yeah, that gives us a little bit of a summary of the openings. Semislav, yeah, could be. We could definitely see many different lines from that 1d4. Okay, so let's head back to the first impressions from Magnus Carlsen.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome.
Let's jump to the Magnus Carlsen interview, because this is really interesting to see Magnus Carlsen's hot take on the game yesterday. So let's take a look.
And here we go. The World Chess Championship match 2024 has started.
This is a super aggressive move from Gukesh.
0.1 advantage for Ding now. Instant
he played
reply.
quickly again?
And he plays the bishop to g5 as if it was the most natural thing in the world.
I think this is a brilliant move by Ding.
Is he now winning, Gukesh? He is looking devastated right now.
Yeah, resignation. Ding has won.
Over. The World Chess Championship match 2024 started with a bang. Reigning champion and underdog Ding Liren came out swinging. He won game 1 to take the lead in the match. And we wish you a warm welcome to the first Take recap show. Joining us from Singapore, he's a 5 times world chess champion in classical chess, Magnus Carlsen. It's great to see you and have you in the recap show.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, Magnus, I asked a bunch of people for predictions before the World Chess Championship match. All of them were just focusing on Gukesh, but you said you thought Ding Liren would take the first win. You predicted this.
No, so the thing is, there were 2 possible scenarios I thought for this match. Either Gukesh wins an early game and wins in a blowout, or it's some kind of even match. And obviously this first result, without spoiling a lot, means that we are much more likely, I think, now to see an even match. And Gukesh was nervous today, which is not a surprise. But what was a surprise to me, and I think a lot of others, is how ready Ding was to take his chance. And that was really impressive.
Wow. We're going to bring in our other expert joining from New York City. He is the known Gotham chess Levi Rosman. Hey, Levi, it's good to see you.
Thanks for having me. To be called an expert on this panel is quite something. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, you definitely are an expert on recaps, Levi. And I mentioned you're in New York City. The game started at 4 a.m. Were you able to follow the drama and action today?
Live, no. I said, listen, I love chess, but not to this extent. Although I had trouble sleeping. Like, I knew there was something exciting to wake up to. It sort of feels like waking up when you know you have a flight. So I slept maybe at like 1:30. And by the time I woke up, I couldn't go back to sleep. I was watching the game and watching all this insanity unfold.
Yeah, it definitely was crazy. And let's jump right into it. I want you guys now to discuss and agree on the most exciting moment. I throw it to you first, Levi. What was the most exciting moment in the game today?
I would say it's the middle game between, let's say, moves 18 and 22. There was a series of moves there that Ding basically played instantly. And by the end of it, he had his first very, very serious advantage. That was the moment where he took a 47-minute time disadvantage and ended with a 4 to 5 minute time advantage itself. And that to me was very fascinating, because on the 7th move, he spent half an hour and looked really, really distraught. So, I mean, at that point, my head started spinning. I was like, was it all an act? I mean, I had absolutely no idea. And then obviously there was, still some twists and turns, but that was very exciting to see Ding playing fast, confident, just, dominating the position, and then ultimately going on to win.
I was following the game on the app, and I couldn't believe my eyes when I was seeing how quickly Ding was playing and the confidence he was playing with around those times, because it's not like any of his moves individually are that difficult. It's just that actually playing them, moving forward, spotting all those little tactics that he had to spot in order for this to work, it was not reminiscent of the Ding we've seen recently. Yes, like as we will discuss later, there were moments afterwards that were not perfect, but I think if you're a Ding fan, that has got to be super, super encouraging. And yeah, for Levy, I think, and for chess fans who want this to be an even contest, that was tremendously exciting to see. Because at that moment, like we saw a proper top player, a person who's capable of becoming world champion, and we haven't seen that for a while. So that was fun.
Yeah. We all thought Ding Liren would be sort of the shaky player. We were anxious to see if young Gukesh at 18 years old would feel the nerves of his world championship match. So what do you think of the body language of the players today?
So this is the thing. I'm sure Gukesh knows about this whole thing. I know that my dad talked about it with you.
Yep.
I felt it myself back in the day. Everybody talks about it. The World Championship is a bit different. You feel a different kind of pressure. And no matter how much people tell you about it, you cannot be completely prepared for it. So you see people again and again and again in their first match, they're a bit shaky at the start. I was that. I think Jan was that against me. Ding was very much so in his first match. So that's why a lot of us, or some of us, probably thought that the very first games would be a time where Ding, if he has it in him, which I think also people were not sure about, that was the time he could strike, because it was likely that Gukesh would be excessively nervous. And Ding talked about it himself. He played the French, which he also did against Jan, by the way, but hasn't really ventured into since, which was an excellent psychological choice. Yes, he ended up being surprised, but his position always felt playable. Like, I was looking at the evaluation during the game and seeing that Gukesh was a little bit better, but I didn't really get it. It felt to me like Ding's position was very playable. He had a concrete target to put a knight on a great outpost, attack Gukesh's weak backwards pawns, and obviously his preparation was not great, but his overall strategy and mindset, I think, were surprisingly good. And Gukesh, for his fans, he was every bit as shaky as you might fear. I escaped with a draw in my first games against Anand. If I hadn't, who knows? History could have been a little bit different, but certainly this was the most interesting outcome of the first game.
And Levy, Ding actually didn't leave his chair until the game had lasted 4 hours and 7 minutes, I think. What do you think about his body language? Are you surprised at his confidence?
Yeah, I think there's a handful of things to say. First of all, I recall the match he played versus Nepo, and 80% of the match, they weren't at the board. I mean, there were so many scenes that the chairs are just empty. I don't think any sort of sponsor looks at that like very fondly. But Ding is very open about some of his struggles, and I do wonder if that puts a bit of pressure on his opponents. Like, I spoke to Jan Nepomniachtchi, who himself said it felt weird to play a player who was so down on himself. And maybe Gukesh experienced some of that as well. I will say this, look, I've never played a world championship. I never will play a world championship. I played a heads-up match against, Pia Kramling in Sweden. That was a few weeks ago.
Congrats on your win.
And thank you. But going into that match and even losing the first game, I felt maybe the same way as Gukesh feels. Like all of the anxiety going into a heads-up match is, what is the worst thing that can happen? And it happens. You lose with white, and you just feel in complete disarray. But most of the negative emotions and anxiety goes away when you actually sit down at the board. Maybe not for Ding, but evidently in the middle of this game it did. And so, look, it's just one game. I also don't think necessarily it will be a rout. And if Gukesh gets a draw in the second game with black and then has another chance with white, we could go the distance. But yeah, today was a day where the worst possible outcome could have happened for Gukesh. I mean, if he dreamt it up, a disastrous game with white and losing. Okay, but now you know that the worst is over. You still have potentially 13 more games to play. So,
Magnus, was it a good choice of opening for both players?
Well, in terms of Gukesh, this is what he does. He very often goes a little bit his own way, and he plays very ambitiously. And this is the most ambitious way to play against the French. So in that sense, it was true to style. And I don't know what Ding was preparing, since this is it's not one of the 2 or 3 main things probably you prepare with black against the French, but it's the most ambitious. So it's got to be up there as something that you definitely look at. So I don't know if he was trying to recall something. Maybe they were going off more vibes there. It's you go in that case, you go a4, a5, a4, and as long as you don't castle, the white initiative on the king side is really not that dangerous. And if you see, apart from the time usage and the fact that Ding was evidently uncomfortable, he did the right things. Maybe his play was not perfect, but he got good counterplay, and there never was a moment in the game where Gukesh had any obvious way to sort of untangle and get a clear advantage. It didn't need to obviously get outplayed in the way that he did, but from the very start, when Ding played the move a5, you can say that from when he took that big think, he had a clear target, he followed it, and he won the game. That pawn on a3 actually ended up deciding a lot of things.
Wow.
That knight that he carved out a square for, it was instrumental. That weakness that he created, the pawn on c3, it all it all came together. So you cannot help but say that this was a good choice for Ding, because again, he sensed that maybe he felt like he didn't have so much to lose. Maybe that was part of it, but he went for a daring, but I think very good strategy. For all we've said about Ding, he's been there before, and that it seems that it actually matters. And for all the pressure that he may have felt, it seemed that Gukesh had it worse.
And usually you get out of the opening by castling. Ding didn't castle until move 31. His king was in the middle of the board there for a long time. Levy, is that shocking?
Yeah, I listen, I have to constantly show Magnus games to the audience and tell them he can do this, and I would not recommend if you do this. Today in the recap, I had to say castling on move 31, just like you were taught in every basics video. But maybe there was one moment that Ding could have castled and he would have been okay. But he kept the king in the center because, and maybe we can pull this up on the board. I see we have it on the screen. I mean, there was a moment before castling, he could have used his h-pawn for some counterplay.
Yeah, I think there was one moment where he went rook to c4, just a few moves before this. This was probably the one moment where castling was both logical and very, very strong, seeing as the white pieces are so incredibly passive that it makes sense. The shocking thing is rather that Gukesh actually allowed castling when he had the chance to prevent it.
That was on move 30. I don't know if we can pull that up, but that was kind of shocking. And I do wonder, was that overthinking? Is queen c2 a result of overthinking? You play bishop c5 offhand, basically. I mean, and maybe not offhand, that's a strong statement, but okay, you lose the g4 pawn, but black will not be castling basically ever. So
this is what I've been talking about before. Gukesh doesn't make these moves by hand. Bad or good, he doesn't. He calculates. He didn't like something about bishop c5. I don't know what on earth he missed after queen c2. He may not make the move that 95% of grandmasters would make, because he's calculating something. And this time, yeah, it cost him probably his best chance, honestly, in the last 20 moves of the game.
So I'll jump to the next topic. We need to talk about highlights from the game. You mentioned a few of them. What moment did Ding Liren win this, Magnus?
That is, I think we can say castling.
Okay.
At that moment, the game was won. It was an obvious move, but you still had to see a couple of details afterwards. Like, it was still possible to overthink it, but I think at this moment we were at a point where even Ding, for all sort of the negativity that has been around his play, like how he has not been able to even really try to win favorable positions in his last few tournaments. This was a position where it's like, well, he's not going to mess this up. Like, this is too good and too safe of a position for him to even think about anything other than a win.
I know Magnus is a basketball fan, so I will, you know that there's an interview with Russell Westbrook in the locker room where they ask him, did you guys win this one or did the Jazz lose this one? And he's bewildered at the question. I almost feel like a little bit of this was also Gukesh losing the game as opposed to Ding sort of willing it, to a victory. And yeah, it's that move 30 moment which we already discussed, which is sort of this move that Gukesh could have played bishop c5, and he disallows Ding from castling. He tries to fight back into the game with his queen and his rook battery on the f file, and if he didn't go for this, then it was all hope was lost. That's how it felt. It's very easy now to watch the games with an engine, and for folks at home to go, on move 27, Ding made a mistake. He took the pawn on e6, which we can scroll back to 3 moves here. He took the pawn on e6 with his bishop, not his pawn. Oh my God, what's he doing? I don't know. To me, like, if you watch the chess game with no evaluation bar, it's a very different story.
So what we can say is that this was a very good performance by Ding. Clearly, his best performance in a long time. But it was also a terrible performance. Like, it's hard to understate how bad this was from Gukesh. Like, he didn't make a single good decision basically the whole game. Like, everything was wrong. He made an aggressive opening choice, but after that it was just all. So when you're asking what was there one big mistake or just a bunch of inaccuracies, honestly there were both. This is the worst possible start. Maybe that will give him some relief in that, well, I cannot really play worse than I did today. Because this was, imagine like you just do sort of everything wrong. You let Ding outplay you. Like, not that Ding didn't take it, because he made a lot of good decisions himself, but then also, like, when you're let a little bit back into the game, then you overthink it and lose without a fight. Like, that is, I've done that many times. I'm sure you've done it as well, Levi, when you feel that you're getting a chance to get back and then to blow it and just lose without a fight. It's a horrible feeling. Yeah, Gukesh is not going to feel good about this game.
Yeah. Now, definitely Ding was the MVP in this game. We're going to talk about the most valuable piece on the board. What do you think was the MVP in this game?
I think it was the Black Queen. Black Queen did a ton of damage, infiltrated the white position, took 3 pawns, I think, by the end of the game. 4 pawns by the end of the game, if not, 4 pawns, took half the white pawns, and ultimately delivered the final blow. I mean, it's kind of hard to argue.
I will give an honorable mention to the Black Knight as well. You don't often see these moves like knight to b2 earlier in the game. Like, you don't often have an outpost that deep into your opponent's camp. And it also seems weird that you're just putting a knight on a square where it doesn't attack anything, but it actually like opens up the attack and covers the d3 square where the queen could go later on, which was surprisingly important. It covers the square for the rook as well. So I want to give that knight an honorable mention. And I cannot like overstate the importance of Ding just playing these moves that we're going through right now. Jumping in with the knight, jumping in with the queen, all of these moves, he played them so quickly and confidently. It was so heartening to see. So yeah, I agree with Levy. Queen, definite MVP, but I love the work of the knight as well.
We have to also name the piece of beep. Which one was the worst piece today?
I'm gonna say actually his queen, probably. I think a lot of his queen moves were actually quite bad. I think queen e3 was poor. Then queen c2 was definitely poor. Well, queen e1 wasn't great either, but that was kind of necessary. And yeah, it never really did anything useful whatsoever. Queen b1, the lone sort of actually good move that he made with the queen, but I think the queen nods it for me.
Do you agree, Levy?
Yeah, and that was like a bit of a walk-off statement.
Yeah.
I also was thinking queen, and I'll tell you why. My first instinct said this pawn on a2, right? Like the pawn that ultimately fell on the left corner of the screen there, and won black the game. But then I had this thought and was thinking, that pawn cannot be blamed for the failings of the other white pieces. You cannot blame the child for bad parenting, And I just feel like the white queen really, really failed in this game, which led to the other pieces spiraling. And I don't think you can blame a sad little pawn on a2 that never even had a chance to move. So yeah, I'll have to agree. It's the queens. It's the one was an MVP and one was not.
We need to place the match bar, you guys. So we're a big fan of the bar, evaluation bar in each game. Is it in favor of Gukesh? Where is the bar in the match?
I probably would have put it at about 80% for Gukesh before the match.
Wow.
And now I think it is as close to 50-50 as you get.
Interesting.
Maybe closer to 55% for Gukesh still, but let's say 50-50. I think this is a very even match now.
All right, Levy, do you agree?
I felt like Gukesh might have some nerves, and now that we see that he has them, yeah, I don't know. I would say maybe 55% to Ding. And if this, because he knows what it's like to be 28-20, 28-16, I think was his official peak. Like he knows what it's like to be a dominant chess powerhouse. And he played in one of these matches before, and he's played, tie breaks against Magnus in St. Louis, not to bring up bad memories, let's say, but like he's been there. And Gukesh just started in the worst way possible. So I would even say it's back over 50% for Ding, but we might be having a totally separate conversation tomorrow. So let's see.
What do you think, Magnus, with Ding having the white pieces tomorrow and probably feeling better and more confident than in a long time?
If I were to put my money, I would say on Ding consolidating, playing something quite solid, maybe some kind of mini try. for instance, I don't think we'll see any sort of like sharp Italians or anything like that. So my bet would be on Ding trying to play very solidly, and Gukesh going, look, I don't want to, like, I cannot win the match tomorrow, but I could almost lose the match tomorrow. So I don't think he's gonna go crazy, but I hope I'm wrong.
It's going to be very interesting, intense, and exciting. Levi and Magnus, thank you so much for your insights and predictions and recap of the first game, and for joining us. We'll see you again tomorrow. We will be back with another recap after game 2.
All right, fascinating stuff from Gotham Chess and Magnus Carlsen. One thing I thought we could do just before we head over to the live action is take a look at this graph over here, which tells us exactly what the bookmakers think in terms of the odds of winning. Now, I did a video on this explaining the odds and just what the markets think in terms of who's likely to win. This was before. Here you can see they only had Ding at 22%. So that is a very, very it's pretty low opinion of Ding's performance before the World Chess Champion started. And of course, you can see a massive change in one day. And what is this? This is what happens. And you can see it actually happens through the course of the game. These market odds get updated live. So basically based on individual moves, people are changing the likeliness of one player winning over another. And Ding has shot up all the way from a low just before of 22% up to 47%. So Magnus Carlsen and Gotham Chess, they were saying about 55% or basically 50-50, and the market would concur with that estimate of who is likely to win. So now this is actually really interesting because I think a lot of Indian fans would probably expecting that after Gukesh lost the first game that like, oh, it's over now. You know, Gukesh doesn't have a chance. That is not the case. There is still so much chess to be played, but it does look like it's going to be much more of an even match than initially anticipated. So we will have to see how that pans out, but this gives you a little bit of an idea. If you want to be able to see these odds, you can go to polymarket.com/events/world-chess-championship-2024, and you'll be able to get access to this and just keep an eye on it. It's actually pretty fun. You can keep an eye on it. I might even cut back to this a couple of times during the stream just to see how the moves and the openings and maybe some of the decisions that the players make affect the overall likeliness of the winner. And remember, this is not just for a game. This is for the entire overall winner of the World Chess Championship 2024. So with that in mind, I think what would be really good is just for us to head over to the live footage. Okay, so here's some of the live footage. The players are not yet in the arena. So we're going to be waiting. Oh, this is nice. Someone else is having a little bit of a technical meltdown, and it's not me for once. That's great. This is live from the FIDE YouTube channel. And what they're doing now is arranging the scenes so it looks super legit and professional. And what I love is that this is something I was doing on my stream. So I'm not the only one to have these little technical difficulties. So yeah, they're setting everything up. Looks good. Players are yet to arrive and sit down on their like $1 million chairs. They've got some really high-end chairs over there. So what we can do is head over to the chessboard. All right, hold on. Let's head over here. And let's maybe just leave this open for the time being. Can just leave this open sort of indefinitely, waiting for the players to arrive. We want to be able to be the first people to see that. Looking good. This is going to be the analysis board. So you can see the colors that we've got here are, we're going to have the green board as being the main live board, and then the analysis board is going to be in this kind of brown offset brown color. And yeah, hopefully we can keep an eye on the changes there. So once I swap over to the analysis board, which I'll do occasionally, we'll be able to follow it, and it should be pretty straightforward. All right, we do have an arrival of one of the players. All right, we'll just keep this open, and I think this will be a good opportunity just to wait and see at what point Ding is going to arrive. He should be arriving any moment now. We've got Gukesh sitting at the board. Today they're playing blindfold. That would be pretty cool. Hey, Membrane Potentials in the chats. Hello. Hello there. Welcome to you. Some familiar names. And yeah, I think it's interesting Gukesh arriving a little early. He usually does this like little Zen thing where he closes his eyes and just relaxes, tries to get into a good state of mind before the game starts, which I think is very good, especially after yesterday. I think taking a little bit of time before the game starts just to try and keep your emotions in check and make sure that you're mentally prepared for the game is going to be a good idea. All right, is that Ding? Yes, it is. Ding's showing up. They shake hands. Awesome. Nice to get our handshake happening. Ooh, that reminds me. I should also start putting up a vote. Hey, Kanishk is here as well. Welcome to you. Welcome. Nice to see you. Kanishk was here and Membrane Potential was here. Hey, and we've got the real one. Awesome. Welcome to you. The real one, I don't remember your name from yesterday, so welcome to the stream today. Gonna have a good time. A lot of fun today. Looking forward to an awesome stream. All right, so Both players at the board. It's 3 minutes before the game starts, so we should have some action on the board shortly. What's really interesting is that FIDE have not quite updated their board. Fortunately, I'm not using their board. I'm using the chess.com board, which is up to date. Awesome. And my analysis board is up to date. But I think it's going to be a little bit tricky for FIDE to get this match going without any pieces. So someone needs to fix that. But fortunately, we don't need to worry about that because that is... yeah, not a board that we're going to be using. Yeah, hopefully we can see a real comeback from Gukesh today. I don't think there's any reason why Gukesh cannot come back. I don't know if that'll happen today, truth be told. I think more than likely we'll be probably waiting for him to have the white pieces before he can seriously consider going for a win. Today, I think he's going to try and keep things as conservative as possible and just basically play for a draw, try not to do anything too crazy, and just make sure that he doesn't lose. I think that's a very, very high priority for Gukesh today. Ding, on the other hand, I think he might be much more inclined to go for a win, especially after sensing weakness yesterday. But that said, in this game, it's very difficult to predict what will happen, and anything can happen when you're playing for 200,000 US dollars. I mean, that is an enormous amount of money. And I think if there's an opportunity for either player, they're definitely going to go for it. All right, just 1 minute away. 1 minute away. Let's cut to the board so we can keep an eye on the live board over here. You can see Ding with the white pieces, Gukesh with the black pieces. And I think we have someone who is going to be making the first move. The real one says Ding will go for a win. Yeah, I mean, look, it's completely possible. But I think Gukesh is really going to try everything he can just to stop the bleeding, stop the hemorrhaging. I would be very, very surprised if we saw anything massively risky. Okay, we have move 1 on the board. Is it going to be e4? Yes, it is. We have one e4. And now this is a big surprise for me because of the fact that, as we spoke about earlier, when I was kicking off the stream, we were expecting one d4. And now I've been incorrect on both games. So I have a 0% success rate in predicting the first move. And we have an Italian. Now, it's really interesting that this specific line of the Italian, we actually saw with the colors reversed. Gukesh played this line against Ding, I think it was this year or late last year, and he actually lost. So Ding is very clearly quite confident about how his options will present themselves playing this line with the white pieces. All right, we have d3, and this is the Giaco Pianissimo variation of the Giaco piano game. And it's really one of the most exciting things is to see an opening like this is something that you would expect to find at just about every level. I mean, securing securing it will be difficult for Gukesh, says the real one. Yeah, look, I think the fact that they've both decided to play something very solid, we already sort of see a bit of an indication. I mean, this is definitely a 3 results opening. You know, if we just look at the database, we can see 33% of the time this position is reached by elite players. We get a win for white, 35% is a draw, and 33% is a win for black. So it's about as split as you can expect in terms of opening options.
Membrane Potential says, time to go into the tank for 30 minutes. If we see that, I will be stunned. Here we have 300 games in this position. So, whoa. Okay, and immediately we see a pretty significant deviation from Ding by playing A4. He clearly is still in his prep for this opening. But let's back up. 300 games, reach this position before A4. A4 is only played by 46 of those games. Okay, so not like out of theory at all. Still completely within the bounds of theory. But yeah, a slightly unusual option. Usually after black plays A6, we have bishop to G5 being one of the most common moves, which makes sense. Putting the bishop on G5, pinning the knight, and we might find that after A4, we kind of transpose into some other more familiar territory in terms of theory. But yeah, for the time being, this is at the very least not the order that we would expect. Gukesh likes G5 kingside attack in the Italian, I think. A4 is normal positionally, no? More like a move order thing. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So yeah, A4, it's not massively surprising necessarily. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a move that I might have even played at some point. But it's more about the fact that playing it, I think, on move 5 or move 6 is not maybe as common. But there's 50 games in the database. And of those 50 games, 35 of them continue with black. So Gukesh would play something like D6. H6 is also a move. Castles is a move. Bishop to A7 is a move. So there are a lot of options for black in this position. But I guess the question is, from Gukesh's perspective, what is the most solid? To be honest, I think all of those moves are fine. It's kind of difficult to play anything massively risky. I am a little bit disappointed that we didn't see a Sicilian. I mean, that would have been absolutely epic. After losing the first game, Gukesh says, I'm gonna play aggressively. I'm gonna play a Sicilian defense in game 2. But I think he realized that there'll be another opportunity to play some more crazy stuff. But yeah, for the time being, he's gonna play solidly and maybe just try and hold this game to a draw. Especially considering Ding's got the white pieces. Membrane Potential. Are you experienced with the Italian? No, I live and die by the Viano. Alright, so now that this is the first moment that we're seeing a little bit more of a think from Gukesh. It might be the case that the tables have turned a little bit, and Gukesh is the one here with the big tank early on, like we saw yesterday. Nope. D6 played, and castles played very quickly by Ding. I'm just making sure that there isn't too much of a lag. It seems like there might be a little bit of a lag between the video. Yeah. Okay, apologies for that lag. I think there's not really much I can do about that, to be honest. I think that's just the nature of the signal coming from the chessboard. It's a lot easier to update in terms of data. I think just updating the chessboard happens very, very quickly, and then the actual signal from the game is going to take a little bit of time to reach us. So if you do see that the board updates faster than you see the moves from the players, that's the reason. Kanish really likes the Scotch. I think the Scotch kind of became famous after... Who's that guy? They played on that PogChamps chess thing. What's his name? Charlie. That's his actual name, but his YouTube name is something different. Maybe someone can remind me. But anyway, in that game, on that PogChamps, he played the Scotch and won in like 7 or 8 moves or something. And that became like a viral sensation. Daniel Noroditsky helped him a little bit with the opening theory, and that became one of the most iconic games. Actually, probably was around the same time that the Queen's Gambit was happening, that viral video was released. And I think it kind of helped
helped really create more of a wave of interest in chess. Moist Critical, there we go. Penguinsy, I was thinking Penguinsy. Yeah, Moist Critical. That was the one. Thanks. That was really funny, that clip. I laughed a lot at that. Okay, so on the board we have castles. And already we're starting to get a little bit thinner in terms of a known theory. Down to 28 games that have reached this position. Most of the time we have h6. h6, I think... Oh, sorry. Not h6. h6 over here. h6 is a very natural move. Actually, h3, to be fair, is also a very natural move. Because of the fact that we have this kind of symmetry, both players are kind of incentivized to put their bishops on either g5 or g4 and putting pressure on respective queens. So to kind of discourage that, black might play h6 and white might also respond with h6. Bishop to g4. Bishop to g4, I guess, is another move. So bishop to g4. And then you play h3. Kind of a little bit of a delayed thing. Let me just get the analysis going here. This is better. Yeah, h3. And then you can play bishop to h5. You can even take. h3 is a move. Also, castles is a move. I think if I was playing from black's perspective, I would probably just play h6. Just avoid any shenanigans around this pin. It's always awkward when the bishop has been kind of locked out of retreating back to e2 or back to e7 because of the fact that, you know, after you put this pin down, you can't defend. So your options are just limited in terms of what you're going to do in order to deal with this threat of pinning. If we take the knight, then we can put the black knight on d4, right? Yes, that is a very good point. So let's just back up. So for example, are you talking bishop to g5? And then say I play h3, takes, queen takes, and now knight moves in. The queen just goes back to d1. And this is still totally fine, completely playable. And you might try and deal with this immediately. Play something like knight to e2, takes, and then even something like c3, just to keep an eye on this d4 square. Yeah, that would probably be the way to go. But yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I think this knight on d4, it looks good for the time being, but really you can deal with it pretty quickly if you want to. It's not that big of a deal. All right, let's back up. So just to illustrate that in the analysis, we're talking about, say, Gukesh throws in knight to g4, you kick the, sorry, bishop to g4, you kick the bishop, and now takes. The knight has quite a useful outpost for the time being on knight to d4. But it doesn't really have to, or it won't stay there for very long. You can challenge the knight and then eventually play c3 at some point to control this dark square, because it's a very, very important square to control from white's perspective and from black's perspective. But I mean, it's still playable. It doesn't mean that you can't play it. It just means that that white has a plan in terms of dealing with it. Kanishk says Gukesh is going to win today because he is in the think tank today. Just like Ding yesterday. Yeah, true. Very true. All right, let's head back to the primary screen. Oh, actually, this is something I haven't done. Let me just quickly fix this. The screen is a little bit small. And Gukesh is so tiny. All right, let's sort that out. There we go. All right, looks a little bit better. Okay, back to the main game. All right, we have a move on the board. All right, let's do this. Okay, so this is something that I need to remember. I'm not going to hear the moves being played. So let's update it. All right, so we have bishop to e3 on the board. And I need to actually just make this browser louder, I think. And go to advanced audio properties and make sure that I can hear this. Done. Okay, so now I should be able to hear the pieces moving, hopefully. Or maybe not. Okay, I'll have to do a little bit of checking after the stream. All right, let's get the board up to date. So we have the bishop challenging, the two bishops sort of facing off, and then Ding played a5. Is that correct? Whoa! Oh, shucks. Was the stream a little dodgy there? Okay. Awesome. Thanks for the heads up. Okay. So now we have a5 on the board, a5. And this is the first moment where we... Okay, like, I'm very curious. We're already out of position, out of theory at least here. a5 is not a move that has been played by anyone at any point. And this is really interesting. I think a5 is kind of a novelty. I don't think Ding is just kind of playing a5 off the cuff. And when we look at the analysis, it's still relatively equal. The analysis bar is kind of fluctuating a little bit. And if we look at the chess.com engine, it's saying that Gukesh has a slight advantage. I wouldn't read too much into that. I think Ding definitely knows what he's doing with this a5 move. But this is one of the big problems, right? When you're playing for a win, especially from White's perspective, is that you have to give something up. Carlson has mentioned this like a lot, is that in order to create opportunities, you have to play imprecisely out of the opening. And that's exactly what Ding has done here. a5 is not a common move, but by playing it, he creates the opportunity to win and the opportunity to do something special with the white pieces. a3 or a4, yeah. Alpha 0 move. He's doing the same thing like he did yesterday. Yeah, I find it interesting. So my analysis board, it's equal, but then the chess.com board is looking like Gukesh is the one who has a bit of an edge. But yeah, like I said, I don't think that we should read too much into that. All right, so what here from Black's perspective? Bishop takes c4. Okay, so just exchanging, takes. I always feel uncomfortable with this position because of the fact that there's this these two pawns that are kind of isolated just for the time being. I mean, it's not that massive of a deal. But that would be the way to go. But the question is that what is Gukesh thinking? Does he want more? Does he want to keep pieces on the board? Bishop takes. Both of these are moves from Black's perspective. And then bishop to b4. Leela says only the 6th choice, low depth though. a5 is the 6th choice, is that right? From Leela? That's interesting. And this is basically what happens, is that you have like seconds on your team. So Ding has, you know, a bunch of very strong chess players. And in some instances, they're not always grandmasters. Some of the seconds for these very strong players are actually people that are really good at being able to come up with ideas using software. And that's kind of their skill set. Not necessarily just playing good over the board, but being able to come up with these kind of creative novelties that offer options. And I think this is maybe one of those instances where the novelty is low risk and gets Gukesh out of theory, and that's all that it's achieved. That's all that it needs to achieve. Yeah, so if you take, for example, takes, got the F file with the rook. Now you're just going to capture. And the problem here is that you have these isolated doubled pawns from white's perspective, which I would really not like to play. But the analysis and the engine analysis seems to think that this is actually not that big of a deal. I guess the idea is maybe at some point supporting this pawn and then being able to play knight to d4. And it gets a little tricky then. Obviously, if you take, then you can recapture, kind of iron out your pawns, undouble the pawns. And otherwise, if you leave this knight here on d5, then it becomes a bit tricky to try and chase it away. For example, if later on you want to play c6, then the knight has another outpost on b6. So that's another consideration. But Lila said, okay, so I already read that. Maybe take the dark square bishop first and then the white. Oh, yeah. Great. Thanks. Kanesh, we're on the same wavelength, man. Yeah. So that might be the route to go. But yeah, as I mentioned, so let's just take a look at this line again. Takes. And now, let's say castles. And now I wonder, yeah, I was going to say queen to d3. That would be the move that's the easiest to be able to support this pawn. And now you're seriously threatening knight to d5. This is one of the horrible things about chess, is that there are all of these rules, but then there are tons and tons of exceptions. And being able to understand why there are exceptions is very, very important to be able to kind of break those rules. You would never normally want doubled isolated pawns. You would never intentionally have doubled isolated pawns. But in this game, it actually kind of works out because of the fact that you have queen to d3 and eventually knight to d5. And having this outpost where, you know, the only way to deal with this knight is to capture it or to play c6 at some point, makes it a little bit more pesky than it might be, especially considering the fact that the knight can jump into b6 later if you do play c6. Okay, so Ding's away from the board. That's interesting. I wonder if he's grabbing some more walnuts after yesterday. Very cool. Yeah, so really quite surprising just in terms of the fact that Ding has already taken a break from the board. That might be an indication of the fact that he's not feeling the same kind of pressure and not quite as concerned with what he's doing with the white pieces, as opposed to yesterday when he was playing from Black's perspective. Getting out of theory so early on, he was really, really dialed in. But yeah, maybe he feels that he can relax a little bit, take a break earlier on, doesn't need to be at the board all of the time. Okay, so we have a move. Let's back up. We do have takes. All right, so this might end up being the same thing that we calculated earlier. Bishop takes a3, e3, but just a different order. Kanish was said, you were asking about snacks yesterday. I have another suggestion for you. It's called kachori. Am I saying that right? Kachori. Let's see. All right. Listen, I love me a snack. Kachori. Ooh, that looks nice. That looks really good. Deep fried spicy stuffed pastry. Oh my gosh. This is literally going to make me very hungry. I wish I could send pictures into the chat. That would be cool. And we could enjoy this delicious food together.
All right, we're still waiting on a response. We're on move 10 now, and it is Gukesh to move. Is it? Yes. Ding just recaptured on c4, and now Gukesh probably deciding, is he going to trade off the last remaining bishop pair? Or is he going to do something else? I'm just kind of curious. Takes. Okay, castles. Knight to h7's a move. Oh, whoops, not like that. Knight to h7. What's really interesting about a move like knight to h7 is it just allows you to hop in. And again, if you're not going to challenge this knight at all, then maybe the point is actually for black to play c6 and just allow the knight to come into b6, because how useful is that knight in reality on b6? Is it actually doing anything? Okay, obviously you're attacking the rook on a8, so you just move the rook, and then maybe black can kind of pivot. The one thing it does mean is that black is kind of committed to castling kingside. So any thoughts of castling queenside are really out the window, especially if you're considering playing c6. You don't necessarily have to kick this knight away. It's just very strong long term, especially if you're going to play knight to h7. I guess knight to h7, maybe knight to g5 at some point, targeting this loose pawn. But yeah, queen to d3, just protect everything, and you're fine. Okay, let's back up. We have a suggestion. Kanish says, what about knight to g4 after exchange the dark square bishops? Oh yeah, that was another thing I was thinking. I was going to look at that, but then I saw the engine suggest this move, and I was wondering why. So if you play knight to g4, you're threatening forking the rook and the queen. But now you just play queen to e1. Queen to e1, guarding the e3 pawn, and then you can chase the knight away at any point if you want. And after castles, you can just play h3, and then the knight moves back to f6. So yeah, you kind of don't really achieve anything. Well, maybe that's not entirely true. Maybe it's not entirely true. If you play knight to g4, knight to g5, knight to g4, you move back and you provoke h3, you can at some point reroute the knights and potentially place it on g3 if the queen moves off this diagonal. So this does become a hole. But I don't know if it really counts for that much. The engine doesn't seem to think so. Neon Hills Music says, I clicked because of the excellent thumbnail. Yes, thank you. I actually can't even take credit for it. It was my dad's idea. Yeah, last night I was chatting with my dad, and I was like, man, I had so much fun streaming yesterday. It was a blast. And I was thinking, I'm not going to change the thumbnail. I'll just leave the thumbnail. And then I was chatting with my folks about it, and my dad suggested, oh, why don't you do like kind of a James Bond thing where Gukesh is James Bond and then Blofeld is Ding. And I thought, you know what, after yesterday's game where so many people, especially Indian fans everywhere, were heartbroken that Gukesh lost, and then that Ding had won, he kind of turned into a little bit of an evil villain. And I thought, oh, that would be actually really, really cool. Like, let's put him as the evil villain. So thank you for commenting. I appreciate that. Yeah. Just use something called Stable Diffusion to do a face swap. It's insane the level at which these AI softwares can do these incredible things. So it's a lot of fun to mess around with. All right, we have a couple of moves on the board, so let's not get distracted. Back to the game. All right, we have takes, castles, takes, and now b3. Starting to look... I wonder if this is transposed into anything that familiar. No. Okay, so still no games. So this is still unfamiliar territory as of, I don't know, was it move 8 that we entered into a new game? Queen takes d1. Just trading off queens. Rook f takes d1. And yeah, we'd head into an endgame.
So we didn't have the line where we had these doubled isolated pawns, probably because of the fact that after queen to d3 and then knight to d5, things were completely playable. So now I'm kind of expecting, I mean, truth be told, I'm kind of expecting Gukesh to exchange queens here. Just because that's probably the least threatening way to go. It does seem that we're heading towards a draw. Especially, I mean, if the queens are exchanged, it's almost certain. And I think Gukesh is kind of deciding, am I going to play for anything here? We're just going to exchange and accept an early draw at some point. I don't know what the rules are about accepting a draw. Knight to b4. Yeah. Knight to b4 makes sense. I was thinking more... No, actually, knight to b4, let's see. Knight to b4 as a candidate move. Oh, but of course, you just hang the pawn. I was like, what? Yeah. Okay, you can't play knight to b4 because the pawn's hanging. So you have to defend this. For the time being, this knight needs to stick on c6. Unless you want to lose a pawn. In fact, both of these knights have the same responsibility of guarding their pawns. Whenever you see these kind of symmetrical games, it's kind of funny that both sides are sort of responsible for the same thing in terms of defending pawns. Gukesh says, "Oh, my bad. Don't worry. Happens to the best of us." That was one of the things that I found absolutely fascinating yesterday. One of the people in the chat pointed out that incredible queen sacrifice on h7. Sacrificing on h7, and then if rook takes, there was a back rank-esque mate on f8. And what was fascinating to me is that even in a classical scenario, that these extremely high-level players can kind of miss these moves. I think the truth of the matter is that Ding said that he missed it. Gukesh seemed to have noticed it, but realized that there was a defensive resource that Ding could deploy. So instead of going for it, he was like, well, it's not going to work, so I'm not going to play it, which makes sense. But I think Ding didn't notice that at all. And if it weren't for the fact that he had queen to d5, remember the bishop was over here on c5, guarding the king on g1. Without this queen sacrifice on d5, kind of detracting the defenses of the bishop, this mate would have been possible. Yeah, that's it. Cat plays Catalan. That's great. I forgot. Thanks for reminding me. So what's really interesting is that Ding is still not at the board right now. I think he's just having a good time. He's like almost taking a bit of a victory lap from yesterday. And one wonders if you're Gukesh, just thinking, do I just exchange queens? Do I have a little bit of time to rest? Take it easy today and come back tomorrow with the white pieces with the desire to win. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Resting your mind. And then you know tomorrow you can hopefully come up with something really special. And then Thursday's the rest day. So I really think that Gukesh is probably considering that and saying, maybe I just play it safe. Let's take a look at some other lines. All right, so we have bishop takes on the board, takes. He's investing the $200,000 in stocks or something. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably what Ding's doing. He's like counting his money. Although from the looks of it yesterday, when he was eating his walnuts, like in a completely one position in the resting room, he didn't look even remotely concerned about money or anything. He's such a chilled guy. I have to say, Ding is very likable. He's just not very likable now to the many Indian fans that were hoping that Gukesh was gonna win that first game. B3? Wow, B3 is a move here, that's quite interesting. All right, oh wait, hold on. I need to get this up to date. Oh, we already played B3. I was thinking B6. Okay, so after b3 plays queen takes d1's the best move. We already looked at that. Rook to e8. Rook to e8 makes sense. Allowing Kanish, your idea of knight to b4 becomes more of a possibility. Also, knight to d4 is a possibility because, of course, you can no longer take. Rook's defending the e5 pawn. So that might be more of a possibility, but if you're still allowing this trade to take place. But the difference is here is now the rook on a8 can capture back, and I guess you're wanting to challenge for the open d file. All right, guys, it's snack time. I haven't decided what snack I'm going to have, but first, quick bathroom break. I'll be back in a moment. For the meantime, I'll just leave this board open. Live board on the left-hand side, analysis board on the right. All right, folks, we're back. And today's snack of the day is a South African classic. What are we eating? Better snack. There you go. Try and get a close-up shot. Some nice advertising. Maybe I can get them as a sponsor one day. I don't know if you guys have these in whatever part of the world you're watching from, but they are digestive biscuits covered in a layer of chocolate. Incredible. Incredible stuff. All right, we're still waiting. Okay, nothing's happened. Sorry. I'm not going to talk about biscuits if there's a move. Or cookies, depending on where you are in the world. So, I'll give you guys a little bit of a close-up there. That's what it looks like. It's a digestive biscuit. It's supposed to be good for your stomach and for your digestive system. But then they also put chocolate on it. So, I think it's actually kind of a genius sales pitch. Because they're like, yeah, this is like a delicious sugary cookie, but it's also good for you, kind of. Membrane Potential says not in Germany. Ah, that is very, very unfortunate. Lila wants to keep the game going, according to Membrane Potential as well. Okay, interesting. So clearly there's something to play for here. It's not all done and dusted. Yeah, I think actually what's quite interesting is I quite like Rook to e8. Rook to e8, allowing this knight to kind of free itself of the responsibility of guarding the e5 pawn. Then we can have knight to b5. We can have knight to knight to b4. Knight to d4 is also a possibility. And in the symmetrical position, it also stands to reason that you might want to play something like rook to e1 for the same reasons with the white pieces, guarding this pawn so that you can also... The difference is that, of course, you can't go to b5. You can only go to d5. But yeah, all of that is really predicated on what Gukesh does next. So we'll wait around and see what he does. So there's no equivalent. I guess this is maybe something that's unique to South Africa. But they're really, really delicious. I'm just going to turn my microphone off because they're quite crunchy. All right, we're back. Sorry, guys. Okay, so one of the things that I haven't done yet is to do a poll. So let's get a poll up. What will be our first poll? It's going to be more simple this time. It's not going to be who do you want to win. That's kind of boring. It's going to be decisive result or draw. Let's do that. I think that's kind of cool. All right, let's go to the live. Poll. Start a poll. Decisive result? Or, okay, how do I phrase the question? Draw or no? Draw. Decisive result. Okay, we have a move, which might inform your decision. All right, here we go. Let's get it on the board. We have queen takes d1. And I guess Ding needs to figure out which rook is he going to take. Rook f works, rook a works. Doesn't really matter which one you take with, according to the engine. Which is a little surprising. You can actually take with this rook and give up the pawn on a5. Is this a thing? No, you can't. Because of course, if you take the pawn on a5, then you're going to capture the other pawn on e5. So maybe what would have been better is before... No, this is actually okay. So... Alright, so we have rook f takes d. And now... Alright, so the two rooks are sort of facing off. This is, I have to say, is looking very, very drawish. Knight to e1. Kind of rerouting the knight. I would rather see a result, but chances are that it'll be a draw. Yeah. Neon Hills Music says. Neon Hills, I would love to check out your channel. What kind of music do you do? I also have a music channel. I just haven't uploaded in a very long time. Alright, so the two rooks are facing off. And it's interesting here that the engine seems to think that white has a little bit of an edge if they can find knight to e1. Knight to e1. I wonder what the idea here is. Rook takes d1. Rook takes. Even take on a5. Knight takes a5, but now knight to d3. Challenging this pawn. Rook to... Ooh, this is a little bit tricky. So you can play here. You take either on c5 or on e5. Let's say you take on c5. Rook takes. Knight takes. Knight back to c6. Now, b7 is hanging. Wow. So it can just show you how powerful this rerouting this knight e1 and d3. This is like definitely a move that most beginners just don't see. There's a thing about moving back if you're a beginner. I remember when I first started playing chess, you're like, I always want to push forward. I want to go for the king. But sometimes the best thing that you can do is these sort of quiet moves of rerouting the knight. The knight actually does very, very well on d3. Has lots of options, especially attacking both of these pawns. So... Alright, let's get the board up to where it is now. What was the line? Okay, no. This is not live. Oh, no, it is. It is. Okay, this is live. So, one wonders if Ding will be able to see the utility of playing knight to e1. Knight to e1, knight to d3. I would rather... actually a DJ. Oh, cool. Nice. That's great. Shout out to Neon Kills Music. I like the name as well. Okay, I'm going to take another mouthful of my cookie. All right, let's take a look. We've got 5 votes so far. Most people think it's going to be a draw, but we do have one person thinking it's going to be a decisive result. We will see. Yeah, I think the problem with knight to e1 is that it doesn't jump out at you. There are a lot of moves that jump out at you. And also knight to e1... Maybe knight to e1, for someone of Ding's strength, maybe it is something that he would seriously be considering. It's not very difficult to see, okay, yeah, putting a knight on d3 would be very good. Nice square, but the issue is that you are then allowing the knight to come to d4. And there's really nothing to challenge it. And you don't have ever the option of exchanging, which you might not want to do. Anyway, Ding's got an hour and 50 minutes to think about what he's going to do here. All right, 6 votes. Oh, we have one more person thinking that there might be a decisive result. I think that would be very, very exciting, but I mean, just from a piece perspective, right? In order to win, it's not always the case. I mean, we all know that you can get into an endgame up 1 pawn, and that can be enough to win. But usually these kind of positions, they're definitely more inclined to lean towards a draw. Let's take a look at this line one more time. Okay, knight to e1. Let's say rook takes, rook to d8. And now you can take, and this is very, very drawish. Very, very drawish. Takes back, and now knight to d3. Or after rook to d8, you can play knight to d3 immediately. And not exchanging rooks means that there still is some kind of edge for Ding, apparently, but it's difficult to entirely understand why. I mean, just looking at this position, you do realize, okay, you're now attacking the c5 pawn, so that's kind of important, but of course, black can capture on a5. If black captures on a5, then I guess both of these pawns are hanging. If you take, then there's going to be an exchange of rooks potentially. Yeah, it's difficult to really sort of long-term expect too much from either player. I actually lost the local tournament all because of being down a pawn, Kanishk says. Man, we've all been there. It's one of the most frustrating things where it's just one pawn. I was actually watching a game between a Grandmaster and a FIDE Master on chess.com. No, it was a live stream on Twitch. It was the Vietnamese Grandmaster. He's so good. I forget his name. Liam de... I forget his surname. But he was just up a pawn and just used such good technique just to finish off the game. And when you see it, you just think, man, it's so irritating that very frequently this is just how games are decided. Just one small detail that you miss, and then you lose a pawn, and that's all she wrote. All right, still waiting. Let's back up. Is Ding gonna play knight to e1? Other moves include rook d to c1. Interesting move. I don't think that might necessarily jump out. Again, this pawn is not really ever hanging, because if you capture it, you're giving up the e5 pawn. If anything, it's actually not maybe that great of an idea. They were having this discussion, Magnus Carlsen and David Howell, about what is the value of the wing pawns and how the value of the wing pawns is actually slightly less than the central pawns. It kind of makes a lot of sense intuitively,
But this would be one of those cases where you don't really want to give up your e5 pawn just to capture the a5 pawn. Yeah, after the excitement yesterday, man, that first game was just so thrilling. Today definitely seems like a little bit more mellow. King to f1 is also a move. King to f1. Okay, we have a move. The move is rook to c1. Wow, Okay, let me know if I'm back. Hello. Can you hear / see me? 1, 2, 3, 4. And you're back. Wonderful. Cool. Sorry about that. Yep, nice. Thanks, guys. Lost a couple of viewers in that, but what are you going to do? Not the end of the world. Happens. Okay. So, fortunately, we didn't miss any moves as far as I can tell. As far as I can tell. Let's see. Okay, rook to d1. Rook to c1. Okay, this is the position as it stands. Awesome. We're back. Ah, we've got a couple of people back. Awesome. Sorry about that. Internet's a little bit unreliable. Often what happens, because I use it's not like a fiber line, but it's Wi-Fi. The line of sight and the signal sometimes affected by the weather. And today, even though it's in the middle of in the middle of summer, there is some bad weather coming in. So okay, stop by Mr. Sadler's commentary. Makes great analysis videos on Leela. Awesome. Duly noted. I'll check it out. Okay, so back to the game. Let's see. Gukesh, interestingly enough, is now the one with the big time difference. He's all the way down to 1 hour and 16 minutes. Truth be told, I don't think it's going to be something that's going to have an enormous impact on this game. But I could be wrong. I mean, we already just spent a little bit of time calculating a couple of lines that could mean that things get a little bit dicey for potentially both sides. It could get a little sharper than I initially anticipated. So I'm really hoping that Gukesh will play knight to d4. Maybe he's calculating to see exactly if this move in particular will work. All right, man, we've got some of our concurrent viewers back. That's awesome. Sorry, guys, about the break in internet. My bad. Actually, it's not my bad. There's not really much I can do about it. Occasionally, these kind of things happen. Yeah, internet in South Africa is not always ultra reliable. We have something here called load shedding, where there's like cuts in electricity, and that also affects internet access and all sorts of things. Leela wants g5. Now? G5 now? Oh, wait, no, sorry. Yeah, for black. Okay. G5. Oh, G5 is an interesting move. And now knight to E1. King to F1 is also okay. G4 is ambitious. Wow. Oh, you know what? This is actually really interesting. G5, G4. Removing the knight. So any of the stuff around capturing, you know, that the complications around that are removed, but it allows black an opportunity to get this knight outpost. So you play knight to E1, and now knight to D4 just seems like it's screaming. Because now, you know, I mean, before you kind of, when you were playing with the black pieces, you kind of wanted white to capture this pawn. But I mean, it's also great to be able to have a knight on D4 that's not being challenged by the knight on F3. So, yeah. I blame Elon Musk for sure.
Even though he's not quite my internet provider. All good. Okay, so we have still waiting on Gukesh at least to figure out. This is an interesting line. This isn't something that we explore too much. So G5, King to F1, G4, Knight to E1, Knight to D4, and now Rook to D1 again. It's actually very interesting to note that the whole point that this Rook came to C1 is maybe just to keep an eye on the C2 pawn temporarily, but with the knight on E1, it's also doing a very good job. The issue is, of course, that now the whole point of having the knight on E1 is at some point you'd like to play knight to D3. Can't do that right now because this pawn hangs. Although I guess this, again, this is where things get a little bit sharp. So it's kind of curious. If you take, you just take back. And guess maybe there's an exchange of rooks at some point, possibly. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the engine lines. There was a little speculative stuff. Rook to D6. Okay, that makes sense. And now knight to D3, allowing this capture to take place. And I guess you have to be careful now. I guess you have to be quite careful now. Let's see. If knight takes on E5, feels like there's some trouble in the air here. Oh, yeah, of course. Your rook's hanging. I was about to say, I was like, what? That wouldn't be very good. So we need to remove our rook first, and then we can capture. But of course, let's play rook to C1. Rook F to D8, defending this. Oh, sorry. Rook F to D8. And now you can take on C5. Oh, sorry, you can take on C5. And then I guess there's just a massive exchange. Takes. Knight takes D1. And B6. B6 takes. This is a long line. And this is the thing about Gukesh, is that he's probably actually calculating all of this. As I mentioned yesterday, Carlson spoke a lot about Gukesh's ability to calculate. He was saying he's not the most intuitive player, but these kind of positions where you can calculate very, very long stretches into the future, I think this is really where he kind of comes into his own. The only problem is that it's very difficult to find anything. Okay, still drawish, I guess. Yeah. You see, this is the problem. It's like, great, okay, you can calculate very far, but if you don't find anything life-changing, then it's not going to matter. It's back up. All right, so that was the idea with G5, which is quite an interesting suggestion. What's quite funny is after having played through that line, the engine actually, the chess.com engine starts quite liking G5. It still prefers knight to D4, but there's like fractions of a difference between the two. So the three candidate moves, G5, knight to D4, and rook to D6, wanting to double on the D file. Okay, probably Gukesh, thinking about it, will, with enough confidence, he might try it since it looks low risk from your analysis. Yeah, it is, but I feel like, yeah, no, I think actually you're right. It is sort of low risk, but it seems most of the lines in this position are low risk. After the queens got exchanged, it starts becoming a little bit like difficult to find any meaningful improvements for both sides. All right, so let's take a look at our poll that kind of got interrupted by the internet situation. Still 67. Okay, 60% of people saying there's a draw, 40% hoping for a decisive result. Gukesh deep in the tank now. All right, I guess we should use some of these memes that I put together. This is a good one, and I think very relevant for right now. You killed me with a caption photo. Ah, awesome. I'm glad. Cool. I'm glad. Yeah. No, that's probably some of my finest work. I had to spend a lot of time tinkering with the thumbnail to make sure that the evil villain character looked a lot like Ding. Without looking kind of just silly. I mean, it is a little silly, so I guess that's the point, but... Yeah, any ideas, guys? I need some help for thumbnails tomorrow. What am I going to use for tomorrow's thumbnail? So the first one was, like, both of them fighting as Bruce Lee. The second one was Bond villain and Bond. That was today. What's the third one going to be? Bald Ding with cat. Yeah. That was classic. That actually is from a movie that I watched growing up and probably shouldn't have, because I was just a kid. Austin Powers. So that was the evil Dr. Evil. Classic film. I wanted to use one of the old Bond villains from the 60s, but the resolution of the pictures was so bad that I couldn't actually get it to work very well. But still looks innocent though. Okay, that's good. Good. I didn't want it to be like, I don't know, too risque. But yeah, any ideas for tomorrow's thumbnail, let me know. Much appreciated. All right, so we have rook to c1. Doing a little bit of calculating here. The one thing that I do want to spend a bit more time on, because I feel like I haven't really seriously looked at it. King to f1. And, oh, what was the thing that we wanted to look at? Is this cap... Oh, yeah, yes. Hold on. Maybe, okay, let's try knight to d4. And then this capturing line, this is what I wanted to calculate more of. Because it's not... It's complicated. It's very, very complicated. Capturing this pawn seriously needs a lot of time to figure out what's going on here. So let's see. Rook f to e8. Oh, we were talking about knight takes. This is the line that I wanted to look at. Okay, knight takes, then rook f to e8, double attack, x-ray attack. And then I was like, oh, what happens if you defend? But if you defend, now the knight jumps in, and you don't even capture the rook. After king to f1, you capture on f4. And now both of these pawns are still hanging. So like a kind of a roundabout way of exchanging pawns. But this is still equal. So now you sacrifice this knight on f7. King takes. And capturing here. Okay, now black is down a pawn. But rook to e5. Attacking the knight. Knight to d3. Oh, okay, and then you give up. You can't capture here? Oh, I guess you're trapping your knight. Yeah, if you take here, knight looks trapped. Rook to b8. You're just losing on the spot. You can't retreat back from whence you came. And the knight is all dressed up with nowhere to go. Game of Thrones tomorrow. Neon Hills Music says. Now we're talking. Game of Thrones. I was thinking Star Wars as well, maybe. There's a pic on Reddit chess of Ding waiting in the resting area. Iconic. Okay, membrane potential. I'll take a look at all of those and I'll come up with something. But this is pretty interesting. So yeah, okay, so you can't capture this pawn. Not a problem. Rook to e5, attacking the knights. But the problem is that the knight still has no squares to go to, right? Unless it's going to go back to d3. And if you go back to d3, then takes, rook takes. And if anything, it's actually black who has an advantage here.
So maybe this is something Gukesh should be seriously considering. The problem is of course, that we're calculating a line that Ding is under no obligation to play. Specifically, knight takes on e5. Yeah. I mean, it would be really cool to see this line in particular. Let's just see if I can work this out again. Knight takes. Okay, let me put this up on the big board because this is kind of fun. Fun little line for us to explore together. Who is winning, Ding or Gukesh? I bet $100 on Ding. Mark, that probably is... I mean, here's the question, Mark. When did you bet $100 on Ding? Did you bet that before? Because if you did, then that is very, very good decision. Because you went from, being a 22% chance of him winning to like a 50% chance overnight. So, yeah, when did you put your money down? If you put it on today, then yeah, it's about a 50-50 bet. Okay, let's head over to the main analysis board. I wanted to share this with you because I think it's really interesting. One of the things that I've been calculating here is after, say, hypothetically, Gukesh plays knight to d4, which is a very reasonable move. Hanging this pawn, you capture. Look at how messy this gets. You can sacrifice your knight, takes, and now rook f to e8. It's like a double X-ray attack on both of these knights. You're like, well, I don't want to lose one of them, so maybe you play something like f4, supporting the knights on e5. But now, fork. And what's so bizarre here is that you don't even capture the rook. You actually capture this pawn, removing the defender of the knight on e5, which is now hanging outright. It sacrifices itself so that it can get something for... because it's going to drop off. One of these knights are going to drop off anyway, so you might as well get something beforehand. Takes, and capturing this pawn. So right now, your upper pawn, and then rook to e5. And the line that we were calculating is that if you capture on b7, after rook to b8, the knight's trapped, and it can't move anywhere. So this is a pretty long sequence, which would be quite good for Gukesh, but the whole problem is that because of the fact it gets messy, Ding is really under no obligation to capture on e5. And I think it would not be a move that he would seriously consider necessarily. But it could be. I mean, free pawn, So I think this is one of the reasons why Gukesh is spending so much time just sort of like thinking about what's going on here. Let's head back to the main board. Okay, let's take a look. Mark Allwood says, I put it after I saw he won the first game. Okay, well, I don't think it's a bad bet. I don't think it's a bad bet. But if I'm honest, I would say it's probably like a break-even bet. Because of the fact that even though Gukesh did lose the first game, it's still very, very early days. And Gukesh, I don't know, maybe it's not so bad. It's difficult to imagine Gukesh losing much more than he already has. And it's also difficult to imagine Gukesh not winning a game or two, at least by the end of the World Chess Championship. So, yeah, only time will tell. But I would say it's not a losing bet on average. I'd say at the very worst, it's a break-even bet. Okay, so we have a couple of ideas. Instead of knight check, what about f6? f6, f6, f6. Let's take a look. Okay, let me just get this up to where we were. Okay, so... oh, is that in the line that I was looking at? Okay, let's just see if we can refigure this out again. Takes... Oh, yes. Takes. Let's take a look. Rook f to e8. And then... What I'm trying to remember the line that we looked at. What was it first? Was it couldn't have been this first. It was rook f to e8. That was it. And then no, it wasn't. It wasn't this. Hold on. Takes. Was check king to f1.
No, it wasn't this line, because then you just lose the rook. It was this fork, but it was a little bit later. Pretty sure this was the line. Oh, I was... Are you talking about... Okay, so then I played this, and then, oh, f6 here. Got it. Okay, f6 here. Instead of the knight to e2 check. Yeah, this is one of the great things about having this pawn here, is just that you can attack the knight, and wherever it moves, you'll be able to recapture the knight, or, yeah, the knight on e4, which makes sense. So let's see, rook to d1, just giving it up, which is really interesting. Moving the rook out of the way, because you obviously don't want to give up the knight as well as allowing this fork to take place. Then you just capture, and then knight takes c5. Wow, that's really... You see, this is one of the reasons I think Gukesh is spending so much time here. I mean, we calculated pretty in-depth just one of these lines. And there, okay, we've got to move on the board. Let's jump back to it. All right. Queen exchange. All right, so we have it. We have knight to d4 on the board. f4 and then f6. Thanks. Interesting to see what you think about it. The other reason I made the bet is because he has the white pieces this game. Oh, hold on. Are you talking about him winning this game in particular? Or are you talking about the overall? Oh, okay. So if it's a draw, the money is just refunded. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's that kind of bet. Interesting. So I imagine you're betting just on this game. Yeah, I would say. Well, I think it's very, very unlikely that Ding loses with the white pieces. But as we saw in a couple of these lines, this is not quite as straightforward as I thought. When I initially saw the queens go off the board, I was like, this looks very drawish, but it's maybe more complicated than I initially thought. Okay, f4 and then f6. All right, I think one of the other lines that we haven't really looked at is knight to e1. We looked at it a little bit, but we've been kind of focusing more on this capturing line. But considering the fact that Ding's won the first game, knight takes e5 just looks too risky. I think it would be far too risky for him to capture this pawn. And just too time consuming to calculate. And especially when Gukesh spends so much time calculating, it becomes very, very scary. If someone says, okay, I'm going to spend a lot of time calculating, knowing the fact that Gukesh has spent all of this time checking to make sure that black is okay if he gives up this pawn, then you can almost just say, well, he's done all the calculating for me. If he played knight to d4, he probably knows that if I do capture on e5, it's probably not going to be that great of an idea. Okay, yes, just this game in particular. Only bet on this game. Looks very drawish at the moment, though. Yeah, I still agree with that. And I think it will be particularly drawish, especially if Ding does anything other than capturing this pawn. I don't expect him to capture this pawn. I expect king to f1 or knight to e1. More than likely. Knight to e1, knight to d3 at some point. Knight to e1, rook to d1. The knight's still guarding the c2 pawn. Yeah. It looks like a free pawn because the other knight is defending. This is how my 1000 ELO brain works, but it does look risky. Let me just see. It looks like a free pawn because the other knight, is not defending. Yeah, so the line that we were looking at specifically explored capturing this e5 pawn. And it just creates way, way too many complications. And given the dynamic of Ding having won the first game and probably being comfortable with drawing now, I think that he probably is just going to avoid this. All right, guys, I think we're approaching that time of the stream when we need to do our little test of your understanding of chess players and the chess world. So I'm going to pull up another
one of my silhouettes, and you have to decide just from the silhouette alone, who is this player? How well do you know the world of chess? We'll soon find out. Before we do that, we do have a fun fact. See, we've got some real chess lovers in the chat. I appreciate that, guys. You guys are doing my job for me. This is awesome. Fun fact, during the fifth game of the 1978 World Championship, Victor Korchnoi dragged the game out to the 124th move, although it had apparent several moves earlier that a draw was inevitable. So just to irritate his opponent, he was like, I'm going to play this out for 124 moves. Make sure that you get to bed late tonight. That's nice. I think that's kind of spiteful, but very funny. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see if we can find our silhouette. I had this problem yesterday trying to find this. Ah, there it is. Okay. Now I have to choose a player. Which one will I choose? Ah, this is a good one. This is very good. I do need to end the poll. 56 people think it's going to be a draw. The remainder think we might still have a decisive result. But the question is, for today, who do you see in this silhouette over here? All right, I'm going to set up a poll in a moment, and you guys can vote. Bear in mind that I might repeat certain players over the course of these live streams. Depends on how I'm feeling and how much I want to try and mix it up. Okay, let's go to the live stream and then set up the poll. So the question is, who do you see? I need one more. Let's see. I'm going to mix them up so that you have no idea what I'm thinking. La, 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 la. All right, the poll has been started. Go for it. Who do you see in the picture? Okay, I missed some of the comments. Levin Aronian, but that's tougher than yesterday. Fortunately for you, Levon is not an option. Basically, I googled to see if there has ever been a stalemate in a championship match, and it turned out it has actually happened. When? What championship match did that happen? It must have been like in the 1800s or something. Membrane Potential says could be Nakamura. Imagine getting to that level and then stalemating. Kanish also thinks Hikaru. I'm not going to provide any input whatsoever, seeing as I know the answer. (1978). So was that when the stalemate happened in 1978? No, surely not. Oh, the game. The 128 move game. Frustrated and angry, he slammed his last move down on the table, creating a draw by stalemate and avoiding the traditional handshake. Oh, I see. So intentionally stalemating. Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. I was quite confused. I didn't realize that comment was a follow-up from your previous one. Oh my gosh. I would be so tilted. Be like, I just want to go to sleep. Please. Can I just sleep? Can we end this game now? I think there's also some strategy in like drawing out these games as long as possible, especially if you know that you have more stamina and endurance than your opponents. It's almost like you're tiring them out for the next game. Maybe. All right, let's see. So far, 7 votes. One person says Hans Niemann. And the remainder say Hikaru. No one says Grishuk, no one says Anand. No comments. All right, I want to take a look at the game again. We'll circle back to the results of that in about half an hour or so. All right, now it's Ding, who's the one who's thinking. I think I would be massively shocked if he takes on e5. I would be very excited if he takes on e5, but I would be pretty surprised. To be fair, it's the engine's third suggestion. The question is like, from Ding's perspective, he just won. He's got $200,000 in the bank. Does he want to risk going for a decisive result here? Because it feels like if you capture that pawn on e5, it's possible that things still fizzle out to a draw, but it becomes a much more multi-outcome result. Could be a draw, could be a win for white, could be a win for black, but it just feels very risky. Okay, I'm missing out all of these interesting comments. Oh, I see. Okay, it was out of frustration. Yeah. Yeah, I missed that. I wonder, out of curiosity, if, like, in the 1800s, I mean, usually if you go further back in chess history, you start seeing more and more insane results in terms of, just because the level of play was so much lower, like 100, 150 years ago. I wonder if there was ever an unintentional stalemate that happened in like the early days of the World Chess Championship. That would be pretty hilarious. The one cool thing is that Ding does have a lot of time to... I guess he's kind of double-checking. He's like double-checking Gukesh's work. Gukesh spent so much time thinking, trying to make sure that knight to d4 is possible and that this pawn isn't just a hanging pawn. That all of the lines that he calculated about maybe recapturing on e4, rook fd e8, all of that stuff works. And I guess Ding is maybe double-checking that, but then probably in the back of his mind he's thinking, let me just move the king across and avoid any of the tactics that are associated with knight to e2. Or he's thinking, I can just play knight to e1, avoiding any shenanigans. Looks like he's umming and ahhing a little bit. That's a great shot there of Ding. Got the chessboard. I think one thing that I would really like to see, here's my honest suggestion, that the organizers need to do this. So if you're playing like a poker tournament, then and you get to like the final stages, there's a big pile of money, right, on the table that the players are playing for. How cool would it be if there was a big pile, $200,000, like right next to the players, so they could see the cash, and that if they win the game, they just go up? I mean, that is such a missed opportunity. I'm sorry, like, people love that kind of stuff, and it would create such an intense dynamic if there was just a big pile of cash there, and like make it particularly massive, just like $1 bills, a mountain of money. That would be epic. That's strange that there's actually someone else. There must be an arbiter, excuse me. All right, we have a move on the board. There has been a move, and it was one of the moves that we expected. We were all hoping for knight takes e5. That's not going to happen. Knight to e1 is the move on the board, and I think this is a completely reasonable move. It was a move that could have been played multiple times previously, but here we see it on move 15. And Gukesh very quickly plays rook to d6, another move that we calculated in a different line, I think. Mark is like, I want the decisive result. I want him to go for it. Yeah, understandable. I mean, look, it doesn't mean that the game is guaranteed to be a draw. It just means that, yeah, things are a little bit less likely to end in a win or a loss. For those wondering, Mark Allwood isn't responding to the fact that like there has been a blunder or something wild has happened. He just wanted knight takes e5 because that would have been the most likely path forward for a decisive result. So things are still relatively equal. Nothing crazy has happened yet. Gukesh has followed up with rook to d6, which makes a lot of sense, wanting to double on the d file. And the follow-up here is also maybe quite natural, is to play f3. f3 we haven't looked at all. f3 guarding the pawn on e4 and making sure that at some point, basically preparing knight to d5. Sorry, knight to d5. Before, knight to d5 was problematic because of the fact that the pawn on e4 was hanging, but now knight to d5 is possible. If takes. And this is actually really sort of insightful move by Ding. Realizing that you don't have to try and challenge for the d file right now because of the fact that at some point you're going to kind of blockade the d file with this knight. And I guess the question is do you really feel comfortable with playing c6 with the black pieces, trying to force this knight away? Maybe it's not so bad, but no. All right, if you are just joining us, please let me know. Who do you think is the person in the silhouette? You get to decide. Your options are as follows. We'll get back to the game in a sec. Hans Niemann, Grishuk, Hikaru, or Anand. Who do you vote? I'll give the answer shortly. Oh, maybe not that shortly, in like 15-20 minutes. My Elo, if you want my Elo, you can check out my chess profile. Let's break down chess on chess.com. Let's see if I can find it actually quickly. Chess. Down chess. Oh, I think there are underscores. I always forget about the underscores. Oh, it's actually got my name. That's quite cool. All right, there you go. Ah, sorry. Can't paste this in the chat, can I? Oh, there we go. No, I can. Unblur. I should have done that. Man, I just missed that opportunity. I'm so irritated. Neon Hills Music, man. I need you as like my producer so you can give me ideas like this. That would have been so good. I would have laughed. All right, Kanish has to head off and do some studying. No problem, man. Thanks for joining us. Good luck with the studying. I hope that you memorize all of the formulas, and it's been a very long time since I did any maths. I'm glad those days are over. But now the only calculating that I'm doing is over the board. Yeah, 2006 bullets, and that 2006 was like me just crossing over, and then I was like, okay, cool, I'm not going to play for a while. Yeah, it's hard. It's really, really competitive. I feel like it's harder to get over 2000 now than it has ever been. Kind of tend to do this, like cross over and then come back down. All right, how many votes do we have? 9 votes. Let's get to like 10, 15 votes, and then we'll do a little bit of a reveal. So long back to the game. I've been a little bit lax on following what's happening. We didn't have f3. We actually had king to f1. So this king to f1 move we were exploring before, and then knight to e1. So basically the same line, just the order was slightly different. And now h5. h5 is very interesting. h5 is an option. Mark Allwood says, haha, even when I got to 1,000, I did not want to play for a while. I can imagine not wanting to at 2,000. Yeah, that's true. I mean, look, it's actually more or less the same. Once you reach a milestone, it doesn't matter what the milestone is, you kind of want to enjoy it for a little bit. I think if I carry on playing, I know that my rapid rating, it's unlikely that I'm going to drop below 2,000, but bullets is much more volatile. Blitz is also more volatile. But rapid is also a lot easier to get over 2,000. That's why most of these challenges where you see people playing, they're not playing blitz, they're playing rapid, because out of all of the time controls, I don't know what it's like maybe at different ratings, but generally most people's rapid rating is slightly higher. I could be wrong, but I know that that's the way it works for me. All right, we have another move on the board. We had G6. G6. Okay. That's interesting. Sort of a quiet move. Getting a little bit of rain here. Hopefully that's not going to affect the signal too much. G6. I'm trying to see, like, what is the intention of G6? Maybe sort of longer term, the intention of playing F5 and getting a little bit of a control of the center. Yeah, this is interesting. Obviously the knight needs to move, and then you can prepare playing a move like F5. Scary move. Gukesh going for an attack. Yeah, possibly. Maybe not quite immediately, but yeah, we'll see how viable this is. Most of the engine moves just suggest moving the rooks around. Rook A to B1 is a move. Another move is rook C to B1, rook to D1. I think rook to D1 is reasonable. And then H5. So black really would like to get these pawns rolling. Usually the pawns in front of the king, you say, okay, I don't want to move those pawns. But as soon as the kings, the queens at least, head off the board, it becomes much more acceptable strategy, lower risk strategy to say, okay, these pawns are not doing anything. Let's get them to work. The risk of getting checkmated is very, very unlikely, especially with the queens off and with considerably less pieces on the board. I feel like white might want to play F3 still at some point. Have to be careful here. The one issue, of course, is the fact that this C2 pawn is quite weak. And it's something that we saw yesterday. Yesterday it was different because it was Gukesh who had the white pieces, and he had his pawn on C3. And that pawn on C3 became a very big weakness. And usually back pawns you have to keep an eye on and make sure that they're adequately defended before you go after any sort of attacking ideas. All right, Mark Allwood's got a couple of comments. Let's take a look. Yeah, I went through a stage of just playing Blitz for 5 minutes for like a year. And now that I'm trying to improve again, I play more Rapid 10-15. Well, I definitely suggest that. Rapid's the best way to be able to really kind of take as much time as you need, because at that rating, a big chunk of being good at chess is just avoiding blundering. Because usually people just lose games just by missing simple tactics. And if you have more time, you're less likely to blunder. I notice it all the time, and it happens to everyone. It just is a lot less at a higher level. So for me, I'm less likely to blunder than, say, someone who's 1,000. But of course, a grandmaster is a lot less likely to blunder than I am. So a lot of games can just be won or lost but particularly at a lower level by avoiding blundering. And that's going to be the easiest to do to play in nice long time controls. What else? What else can we come up here with the white pieces? Yeah, I think f3 is okay. Kind of like f3, but I suppose the problem... What would almost be nice if this square was open for black to kind of reroute the knight over here so that you could start breaking things down. F3 is probably okay. What else? Engine seems kind of indifferent to f3. Liked f3 earlier, but not necessarily now. Not hanging my queen in like a fifth of games helped me get to 1,000. It's true. It's really true. Neon Hill says, I only play the Bote's Gambit. Yeah. I mean, you know what's crazy? I think it was last week I was live streaming the freestyle chess thing, and we were waiting for the players to show up because there was some delay. They were supposed to do it on that boat, but then there was some technical difficulties. And during the technical difficulties, I was like, oh, why don't I just play? I'll just play a couple of games live. And I think I only played one game. And I was playing against someone who was 1800. We were playing a blitz game. And I hung my queen, and he hung his queen on the next move directly. So I put my queen in the line of fire of his queen, and he just missed it. And then I captured his queen on the next move. Obviously, in blitz, it happens. I mean, Magnus Carlsen, there are games that you can see of him playing blitz games where he hangs his queen outright. It happens to everyone. It's just a lot less frequently at the highest level. So yeah, people are always thinking, oh, like, grandmasters are perfect. They never make these kind of mistakes. Yeah, maybe not in classical, but when it comes to shorter time controls, really anything can happen. People are human after all. And it's something to bear in mind when you're trying to improve. So realize you're not playing against engines. You're playing against people who are capable of making massive mistakes. What do you think of the Pisani opening? I'm really unfamiliar with that. Let's take a look. My opening theory repertoire is sort of pretty limited. I play mostly 1e4, and then with black I almost always play the Sicilian. I did play the Caracal for a long time, but then I just got bored with it. It's kind of not the most dynamic opening. And the Sicilian's exciting. The problem is initially, when I was like maybe 1200, 1300, I liked the Sicilian. I liked the lines in the Sicilian. I was just really bad at playing the Sicilian. So I kept losing. I kept getting into these really like sharp positions and then not knowing what to do and then blundering. And also not really understanding positionally the main ideas. And now I spent a little bit more time studying the Sicilian, so I know the main ideas, and my go-to is the Tiamanov. But I probably should start exploring different things just for fun. I mean, it creates a lot more excitement in chess when you're studying more offbeat lines. I've been playing the Halloween Gambits just for fun lately, which is cool. You kind of put yourself on the back foot, but then you have a lot of attacking prospects early on. But yeah, in a serious game, I would never play something like that. Okay, ding. An hour and 20 minutes on the clock. And he's definitely using that time to figure out what he wants to do here. I wonder how viable it is to immediately... Let's see. Oh no, now you can... Oh, you set up knight takes c2. Oh, of course. Yeah, this is actually worth noting. I'll pull this up on the big board here. So here, if you play knight to d3, it's very problematic because you just sacrifice this pawn immediately and the rook can recapture. So a very classic tactic, removing the defender. Takes. which would be a huge advantage for black, but very unlikely we're going to see that. And it's another reason I think that white needs to figure out maybe a way to deal with that, because the knight would really love to play knight to d3, but yeah, that's not possible. So what happens if you... Oh, hold on. Sorry. Why is this set up incorrectly? That's strange. I have the wrong position on the board. Let me just fix this. I don't know why that's happened. Okay, takes, yada, yada, yada. That is all there. Oh, I see. I see it's updated. Oh, okay. All right, there we go. Now we're up to date. G6 wasn't on the board, and I didn't understand why. Okay. Neon Hills Music says, the evaluation bar has stayed at dead center the entire game. Yeah, it has. I think that's not really that surprising, considering we have the bishops off the board, the queens off the board. Obviously, knights, knights are risky. Anything can happen with knights, but a lot of the tension that comes from having just the heavy pieces, and in particular the queen on the board, that is going to be a big contributing factor of why this position is so equal. Usually I go the standard pawn in the middle and bishop out, and if I can go for the fried liver, oh yeah, I'll do that if they don't defend against it, definitely. Why not move the knight on c3 so he can move the pawn up? Oh yeah. So right now this knight's doing something quite important in terms of protecting the e4 pawn. So I guess you need to prepare that. I think in general it's a good idea, but the one thing that you need to watch out for is that if... So for example, let's just take this as example. You play f3, and say we have knight to d7. And now you play knight to d5, which I think is a fair line. f5 now, which is one of the things we were discussing. You can't actually play c3 because of the fact that the pawn on b3 is hanging. Let me just pull this up on the big board. Yeah, so in this position, you can't play c3 because this pawn's hanging. So you need to try and play something like rook to b1 first, do a little bit of preparation before you go around kicking this knight away. And here also, you already things are getting a little bit risky because your king is on the same file as the rook. So if you take, you can't take back because of the pin on the rook. So you have to... So for example, if you play like rook to b1, you're risking way too much by allowing captures. So it becomes a little bit tricky. Not so easy to get rid of this knight stuck on d5. He goes f3 first, yeah. So that was the line that I calculated there. Captain Chintu, welcome to you, says, is Gukesh winning? I would say not. But he's not losing, so that's good too. Guys, quick break for me. I'll be back shortly. Stick around. Enjoy the show. And just before I go, take a look at this person. Who do you think this is? Is it A, Hans Niemann, B, Grishuk, C, Hikaru, or D, Anand? Mark, I'll take a look at your comments and your suggestion once I get back. But thank you for that.
All right, we're back. We're back. Back in action. What did I miss? I don't know if I missed anything. Nope, we're still in the same position. Okay, so let's back up to where I left off. Mark Allwood says, then push b3 pawn up. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to defend the b3 pawn. We're going to kick the knight, and then we're going to prepare b4. Takes, and then we're starting to make progress. And we've also ironed out our double pawn situation. Yeah, reasonable. I think that's not a bad one. Willy Wonka, is that an idea for thumbnails? But here's the thing is that I need two, right? I need Gukesh and Ding. Another thing I was thinking is maybe Star Wars, like a Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker situation. But that wouldn't really work on the early trilogy. Maybe I can get like Hayden Christensen as Ding. I think he has the same facial structure. And then maybe even Obi-Wan for Gukesh. That could work. That would be nice. So pawns are not doubled, and his pawn does not have to be under threat from the Black Knight. Yes. Yes. Yeah. But the issue is that before you can play b4, you must play c3. So, and before you play c3, you have to guard this pawn because you don't want the fork. So there's just quite a lot of preparation that needs to happen beforehand. All right, how many folks have voted here? We've got 11 votes. Who is this? Hans Niemann, Grisha, Hikaru, or Anand? No one's voted Anand. People are like, this is not fishy. Definitely not fishy. Could be. I could be tricking you. I'm quite a mischievous person, so you actually don't know. I'm gonna go make myself some tea, but fortunately the tea making process is pretty quick. One of the things that I wanted to see, that I said I was going to check at the beginning of the stream, but like me, I just immediately forgot. What are the odds on this game in terms of what Polymarket's saying? Probably not much changed. Okay, Ding has gone up to 50% chance now. So he started like 47% chance of winning the overall thing. Now he's at 50%. Interesting. Okay, not a massive difference. I also think that the people who are making the odds on these markets, they don't understand chess in the same way as some of the top players. So I would really much more value Magnus Carlsen's opinion on who's going to win the overall thing than looking at the odds of, you know, some bookmaker who probably has very limited understanding of chess. Ding at 56% now. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, the kettle is officially boiled. Just want to make sure that this is up to date. Yeah, okay. All right, we got the tea. We're happy. And I think this is the best combination. Is a cup of tea. I have black rooibos. So if you do find yourself in South Africa at some point in your life, there's a couple of things that you have to try. Biltong, which is like South African version of beef jerky, and rooibos tea, which translated in Afrikaans is red bush tea, which is the way the tea is made.
It is so delicious. Really, really nice. Mark Allwood's on a betting spree. He's betting $100 on the next game as well. Gukesh next game that he has the white pieces, considering how close this game is. You know, I'm not really one to advise gambling as such, especially on stream. Or just generally not on stream either. But yeah, I'd probably say it's about also maybe a break-even bet. It's quite an interesting strategy where if it's a draw, you just get your money back. I guess you could bet on a draw as well. All right, we're still waiting on Ding to make a move. And we've gone through a couple of lines. We looked at f3. We also looked at the idea of trying to prepare c3, which is also reasonable. Trying to get something happening on the queen side. And then we looked at why knight to d3 would be absolutely catastrophic. Yeah, agreed. Agreed, Mark. All right, let's take a look at some of the other lines. Rook c to b1. Okay, so I was thinking rook a to b1. This is interesting because the idea of trying to get c3 and then b4 happening probably needs to start somewhere, and it needs to start with rook a to b1. Rook f to d8. Okay, so the rook's double. f3, just making sure that these pawns are nice and firm. And the problem still remains that you can still not play knight to d3. If you play knight to d3, I guess takes, and rook captures on d3. This is really not something that you want to do. So, knight to d7, okay. And now rook to d1. f5. E takes, G takes. Starting to look slightly better defined. Now knight to d5. But, oh, wait, no, sorry. Knight to d5, not knight to d3. This is a serious threat because you're threatening to jump into e7, forking the king and the pawn on f5, which would be pretty disastrous. So how do you defend? You just simply put the king on f7 and say, well, I'm guarding both of these squares now. c3. And finally, you get to play c3. Yeah, so it seems both players are kind of making progress. And actually, there's still quite a lot to play for. It's possible that we might find things getting much sharper, especially if we get a position like this. If black's able to play f5, build up some momentum with these pawns, and on the other side of the board, white is able to play c3, preparing b4, getting rid of this knight, we might have this kind of situation where players are putting pressure on opposite sides of the board. Find that fork, yeah. Okay. So where does the knight go? Knight goes back to c6. And now knight takes... Oh, yeah, I guess that's the problem. This is kind of a multi-way fork, is that you capture on c7. Huh. Knight to f6. Ooh. Rook takes, rook takes. I guess the compensation that black has now... Black has the d file. Also, this pawn's hanging, which you have to deal with. And you apparently just ignore it, and now knight takes a5, and things are equal again. It's pretty dicey also, because you'd like to play b4, but you still can't do that, because this... Well, I guess you should probably not play b4. What about here? What about... Okay, we've got to move. Let's back up. We have the rooks doubling. Okay, so this is the position as it stands. All right, we had rook to d1 and then rook f to d8. Mark always says, ding, ding, ding. This is game over. I don't think it's quite game over. All right, f3 seems also here a very natural move. f3, allowing the knight on c3 to enter the game. Yeah, you still can't play knight to d3. Takes... yeah. d3 and now h5. So I guess at some point this knight still... the black's knight would like to come to d7 so that you can play f5. Into f2? h4 even. Wow, it's starting to get a little ambitious. Rook to d2. Ah, so you want to double. And this is the thing, is white maybe thinking about changing gears. Before it was this plan over here of pushing b4. Captain Chintu, predict who will win the world championship. Look, I mean, even after losing the first game, I would say that it's still equal. I think I'd have to see a couple more moves before I kind of make a decision on that front. But for now, I would say it's very much in the balance. I guess that's a cop-out of an answer, but that's what I think. All right, let's do a little bit more calculating here. The position as it stands, we've just had Gukesh play rook f to d8. I think we should do a lot of calculating around f3, because f3 is very likely what we're expecting to play. And after f3, there's a couple of moves for black. You can play king to g7, you can play h5. What else would you want to play from black's perspective here? All right, we do have a move. Pretty sure it was f3. Yeah. f3, no surprise from Ding. We should see him actually make this move because there's a bit of a delay with the footage, so we can see if he plays that, or maybe there isn't. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. There's f3 on the board. And the moves that we discussed, h5, king to g7 is also a move, just bringing this king up one square. And king to f8 is also a move. Yeah, I guess the idea behind these king moves is the fact that this square over here, you don't want this knight to threaten the king. And to discourage that, you can simply put the king on g7 where it's not going to really worry about a check. So you can still play knight to e7, or you can simply prevent it by playing king to f8 where it's actually guarding that square. All right, guys, I think we should probably take a look at the answer to this question. We had 4 options: Hans, Grishuk, Hikaru, or Anand. Yesterday, I have to say I was not impressed with your answers. You guys did not do well yesterday. In fact, only 14% of the people who guessed got it correct. But we're going to end the poll and give you guys the answer. If you selected Hikaru, you were right. There it is. Big smile. Mark Allwood, absolutely correct. It is Hikaru. It's a nice picture of him. We have the answer. Hikaru. All right, back to the game. Yes. All right, F3. And let's spend a little bit of time looking at some longer lines. Let's say, for example, just for sake of analysis, that Gukesh plays h5. Now, rook a to c1. Rook a to c1. I guess it does free up this knight to jump in, but the problem is still, I think, tactically, there's this issue of taking, and then the knight's hanging. So how do you actually figure this out? Let's say h4, knight to d5. Okay, the knight can jump in now. Knight takes, so we just take with the c pawn. f5, knight to d3 now. Okay, so now basically what you want to try and do is initiate this exchange on d5, and then all of the tactics around getting your knight to d3, which you really, really do need to do at some point, disappear. So just to illustrate why this is not possible right now, if you don't play knight to d5, and say after something like, after h4, you jump in with a knight, you can still capture. In fact, this time you can even capture on b3, which is better, instead of capturing on c2. So let's take a look at this in the analysis board. Let's back up a few moves. What is the current position? Okay, we've just got f3 on the board. Let's take a look at the analysis of this position. f3, say we have king to g7, rook to c1, keeping an eye on this pawn because we'd like to move the knight. h5, and now if you play this move, it's still a problem. You can capture both on c2 or on b3. Why? Because if you take, for example, and you capture back, now the knight is hanging. Takes, rook takes, and Gukesh is actually up a pawn here. So there's quite a lot of preparation that needs to happen. Or the other option is capturing this pawn, the c2 pawn. Here. Takes, rook takes, rook takes, rook takes. So this would definitely be advantageous for black. So in order to prepare that, prepare this knight move, we need to first start with knight to d5. Let's put an h5. Now knight to d5. And knight to d5 is very important because of the fact that it disrupts this sort of tactical situation with the two rooks operating along the d file. Now you can play this, and especially so if there's an exchange. So takes, c takes, and now definitely, because of the fact that the rooks are blocked off along the d file. I don't think this is a line that Gukesh is going to really entertain, but it's definitely an option. Interesting. Knight to d7 is also an option here. Okay, we actually have a move on the board, so let's get that up and running. We had king to g7. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not hearing, or maybe I need to change. Yeah, it's on. Okay, so the chess.com board is not actually making any sounds, which is a little irritating. I'll have to figure that out later. All right, so anyway, we have a move from Gukesh. Gukesh played king to g7, which was one of the top recommendations by the engine. And now rook a to b1 is a move. Rook a to c1 is a move. Let's try rook a to b1. We calculated rook a to c1. It's probably kind of similar. Yeah, h5. But here we'll throw in maybe h4. just to prevent this pawn from sort of marching a little too far. And now knight to e8 is interesting. Wow, there's an incredibly unintuitive move. Putting your knight on a square that it can only return back to. It's like, where can it actually go here? Conquer here, conquer here, conquer here. I guess it's preparing for one of these squares. Maybe it wants to move here, but even then, it doesn't really make sense. Unless the knight... Where does the knight sit quite well? Oh no, the whole point, sorry, the whole point of knight to e8, I guess, would be to prepare f5. That makes sense. And then it can just rotate back. Yeah, so not that crazy of a move. All right, let's get back to where we were. All right, the last move that was played was Gukesh playing king to g7, and now Ding needs to decide what he's going to do next. Maybe you would expect him to move this rook either to b1 or to c1. Just feels like a lot of the ideas that we've looked at just need quite a bit of preparation. So it more has to do with the move order, I think. But we'll see. So yeah, either of these moves are good. Rook a to b1. Rook to a2 is another way of defending this pawn, which is quite an interesting direction to go in. Let's look at this a little bit. This is interesting. Knight to h5. Knight to h5 is interesting. Wanting to get an outpost over here. Then rook to b2. Oh my goodness. This is, yeah, a tricky little way to maneuver the rook. And I guess, what's the idea? Knight to f4. Okay, that's not surprising. Now knight to d5. c6. And then g3. Yeah, g3 kind of forcing this knight to make up its mind. Is it going to exchange? You can take, but this is probably going to be c takes d. Knight takes a5. And knight to d3. So you've given up a pawn, but you've got this huge pawn chain. And you're attacking both of these pawns at the same time. It's going to be very difficult to defend both of them. So instead you play c4. Wow. Knight takes e5. C takes b. C takes b. And you've regained that pawn back. That's so clever. That's really, really clever. And all of this kind of starts with this kind of weird rook lift. Semi-rook lift, not really a rook lift. Yeah, there are some ways for Gukesh to go wrong here. Do we have a move? No, not yet. So let's look at this. Let's look at rook to b1. Rook to a2, rook to b2 just seems very, very weird and a little unhuman. So let's play something a bit more practical. Rook to b1, h5, h4, knight e to e8, rook to d to c1. Yeah, there's a lot of shuffling that's happening here. Wow. Okay, I don't want to play, I guess, too repetitively. Now you can even play... Can you play b5? Goodness me. Let's try b5. This is wild. Then you would take en passant. We might see en passant on the board. That's always a good sign. C takes... And knight to d5. Yeah, actually, quite a few of these lines end up with white having a slight advantage. So that's something that Gukesh is going to be aware of. F4. Oh, wait. F5. Sorry, F5. And then C3. Finally, we get to kick this knight away. Yeah, it's still relatively equal. Yeah, I'm quite curious about this move. Knight to h5. But I feel like allowing this knight to come to d5 and not having the knight here was almost similar to what we saw before. You really want to have the option of capturing and getting rid of this knight, even if it means, you know, a white has these advanced pawns. I think from Gukesh's perspective now, especially at this point in the game, he will gladly go for a draw. Very gladly go for a draw. All right, guys. Want to get me one more snack? I'll be back. All right. So since I'm educating you guys on the world of snacks in South Africa, this is another very, very popular snack that I strongly recommend if you do find yourself in South Africa. Let's just get the glare out of the way. Big corn bites. It's a Mexican themed maize chip snack. Really delicious. And yeah, Extremely yummy. Strongly recommend. All right. That was good. So, we are still waiting on Ding to make a move. It's interesting that the time differences, and we saw this in yesterday's game, there's this huge gap at one point. And now that gap, we see also in this game that there was a big gap out of the opening, and that gap, similarly to yesterday, has shrunk. So I said probably about half an hour ago that I don't think time is going to be an issue, but now I'm starting to change my mind. Initially thought this was kind of pretty cut and dried in terms of heading towards a certain draw, but although I still think it's going to be a draw, it's not quite as straightforward as I initially anticipated. It really feels like both players are taking this as seriously as they can. They're not trying to just make an easy draw. They're trying to minimize the risk, which makes sense, but they're both clearly looking for opportunities, and there's a lot to be calculated here. There are so many small lines that require quite a lot of deep thought. Small differences in the position, small nuances that need to be calculated, and every single one changes the potential outcome for both players. Maherzad said, cool, Hikaru and Anand were the only names I knew. Oh, okay, I'm glad. Yeah, we'll throw in a couple of other classic chess players. Maybe we'll throw in Kasparov, Carlsen. We haven't done that. Yeah, I've got a whole list of players that we can use. Okay, so the question is, what will Ding do? Rook to A1, we kind of looked at that. Rook A to B1, Rook to A2, and Rook D to B1. This we haven't looked at so much. This is interesting. I didn't realize this was a move. This just seems quite strange. H5, okay. Now knight to D5, so knight to D5 is going to happen, and C6. This is one of the moves that I thought was worth calculating. With the rooks no longer really fighting for the D file, I guess it makes sense to try and chase this away. You can even take on F6. You can go back from whence you came, or you can even retreat to E3. Let's try knight to E3 out of curiosity. Knight to E3. See if we can find anything exciting. Yeah, okay, so this is knight to E6. This kind of makes sense because you're saying, okay, well, are you're gonna put your knight, your rook on B1. Then I'm going to unleash the power along the D file. The problem is that you can, I mean, you can technically trade off. I mean, how terrible is this? No, this is fine. You just take. Rook takes. But yeah, this just looks like you're sort of accepting the fact that this is now a draw. So that might not be the best option for Deng. I think that starts with this move, rook to b1, which might actually just be a little bit passive and kind of accepting that this is a drawish position and not really looking for too much. Whoa, okay, we have a move on the board. Good grief. Is that right? King to f2? Okay. King to f2 on the board. King to f2. So none of the rook moves that we looked at king to f2. We didn't look at king to f2. Knight to h5. Still going for this outpost on f4. Rook a to b1. Yeah, I think knight to h5 is such a useful move. I think knight to h5 actually needs to be played by Gukesh because of the fact that it does two things. Earlier we were looking at knight to e8 so that you could kind of pull the trigger on f5. But knight to h5 is really useful because it's multi-purpose. You're allowing this pawn to jump forward to f5, but you're also threatening to gain another outpost. Remember, there's already one knight on the 4th rank, and now having two knights on the 4th rank, things get a little interesting. I guess you could quite comfortably just chase it away. Then maybe it retreats here back to e6. All right, let's take a look at that. Let's see. All right, in fact, you just play g3 immediately and just say you're not going to put your knight there whether you like it or not. But then you just play f5. Yeah. Feels a little uncomfortable now, because if you do nothing, takes, and then you're kind of opening up the F file. Okay, to B1. Still can't play knight to D3 here. If you play knight to D3, still knight takes C2 or knight takes B3 is on the cards. Cool, guys. We are up to 600 views just about. That's awesome. Thank you for tuning in. F5. And let's see. Knight to A4 is another possibility. Attacking this pawn. Wow. Wow. Why is king to f7? I mean, surely you can just capture. Like, what happens if you... Oh, no, hold on. There are probably some very sharp, nasty tactics here. You take this pawn. Knight takes c2, yeah. And rook takes d6. So it's basically a roundabout exchange. Yeah, knight to a4. Takes. Ooh, you have to take with the c pawn. Take c2. Takes. Wow. And then it's equal. Man, I don't know how these guys do it. There's so much calculating that needs to happen in each one of these lines. It's almost more complicated than what we saw yesterday. And I thought yesterday was pretty complex. I'm actually amazed at how many candidate moves there are. Usually, like we saw yesterday, there are a couple of moves. They just jump out at you. You're like, oh, I'm going to play that. And then today, there seem like there are many options. And there are, but the problem is each one of those options needs to be calculated to make sure that you're not missing anything very important. And I think that's one of the reasons why the players have spent so long. If we look at the clock, you know, how many moves are we on? Let's back up to the live board. Okay, we do have a move here. We had h5. So we're on move 20. Okay, so Gukesh has not gone for this knight to h5 move. It's not a huge deal because of the fact that he can still play knight to e8 and then prepare to play f5. But what I was saying is that 20 moves played, and both players have just about used an hour and 20 minutes of their allotted time. So they're going to have like 40 moves, 20 moves left and 40 minutes on the clock to play. And that doesn't sound like it should be a huge issue, but if there's anything complicated or surprising that comes on the board, then it's going to definitely require more calculation. I mean, I'm just going through lots of different candidate moves here, and I'm seeing like, wow, there are a lot of points where I'm like, okay, I have to stop calculating here so we can move on to a different idea. And you can imagine this is exactly what they're thinking. But this is one of the problems when you have so many options. But it is still, to be fair, white with the edge. Ding has had an edge the whole way through the game. If we back up right from the beginning, let's just run through all of the moves from the start. We had the Italian. Lots of exchanges, exchange of queens. And this is the current position. Move 20. And the whole way through, Ding has had a slight edge with the white pieces. All right, so after h5, let's take a look and see what Ding is going to come up with here. Still a lot of rook moves are viable, and probably the one that jumps out outside of rook moves is knight to d5. Knight to d5. Now, just getting this knight outpost. And then I think, say takes, c takes, f5. Okay, f5 happens. Then rook a to b1. Preparing c3. That would be, I guess, the idea. So we might well have a position like this. Maybe not exactly like this, but I think at some point this rook is going to have to either come to b1 or to c1. I would expect rook to b1 at some point and then preparing c3. Earlier we were calculating with the rook on c1 and the rook on a1, and we were worried about this fork. And that can easily be solved by just moving the rook across, and then after you get this knight onto d5, c3, this knight has to go somewhere, and then at some point pushing b4. That would be the hope. Neon Hills Music asks, thanks for getting the discussion going, I appreciate that. Where are you watching from? I guess I'll start, because I am watching, in a way. How about you? Where are you watching from, Neon Hills? Okay, so we have h5. Let's see. What other options? We can also just play h4. Knight to e8. Okay, I think this is definitely one of the lines that we calculated earlier. Then knight to a4. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about the fact that you can't Well, you can, but it's never going to be a free pawn because of the fact that the knight can capture. And you're unleashing the power of the two rooks on the d-file. Rook takes d6. C takes. And then the knight just here. And then this is the line. But it's equal. So this is actually very close to what we calculated earlier. Interesting. Neon Heels is from Montreal, Canada. Welcome. What's the weather like this time in the year in Canada? It's pretty cold. Isn't it like winter now? Heading into winter? If not already, serious winter. Have you been to Banff National Park? That's one place I'd love to go in Canada. It looks so beautiful. I was watching some YouTube videos on that place. Amazing. All right, let's take a look at, say, what happens if rook a to b1, we calculated that. Let's look at some other lines after h4. Let's try knight to g8. We actually calculated knight to e8, but maybe knight to g8 is kind of the same. Still wanting to open things up. Yeah, I think it's basically a very similar line if I'm not mistaken. Oh, except here, instead of playing f5, you go for oh no, you just go back. And then takes. Oh, but here, wait, hold on. Something happened. Is there a small detail that I'm missing? No, it's basically the same. Completely equal. It's really interesting where sometimes like a small detail in the position can have a massive impact on a line that you already calculated, and you have to kind of recalculate it, making sure that, you know, there's no meaningful difference in having the knights on e8 over knights on g8. Neon Hill says it's getting cold, no snow yet. Oh, okay. So I guess, is it then sort of January, February where things get super cold? Must do. Yeah, in Cape Town, the weather is so moderate. It's like really, really nice. Even our winters. We have winter in June, July. And yeah, the weather here is very, very nice. It's cold over winter, but not like freezing cold. And the summers are like beautiful. Gets up to like 30 degrees. And we also have the southeaster, which is like the prevailing wind that keeps everything cool. It's just beautiful weather. It's a little irritating because sometimes the wind is pretty violent, but for the most part, it's awesome. All right, we do have a couple of moves on the board. Let's back up and make sure that we are current. Okay, so we had one of the moves that I really did not calculate, and that is knight to e2. Wow. Okay, so knight to e2. This knight retreats, and now there's not really any... I mean, what's the obstacle with playing this now? Can you not just jump in? Knight to b4. Ooh, you have to be careful now. You have to be careful. And oh, I see the problem with knight to d3. Knight to d3 is such an irritating... It's so irritating that you can't get this move. So I was thinking, after this knight retreats, you can play knight to d3. But now, the problem here, from Ding's perspective, is the fact that after the knight comes back to b4, challenging the square. Now the square's being attacked 1, 2, 3 times, and it's only being defended twice, right? You'd say, okay, well, I'll just take. But if you take, of course, this square is being attacked twice. So, I mean, this is like a completely disastrous line. So you don't want to do that. But now you have some other issues because of the fact that this pawn is hanging. So how do you defend this? Well, like if you, for example, play rook a to c1, you're still going to be losing a pawn because after takes. Let me just show you. Takes. Black's going to be up a pawn and have basically full control of the default and be threatening the b3 pawn. So this is a little irritating that after all of this time, we've been kind of desperate to make this move knight to d3 happen, and very sort of subtle strength that comes from just removing the knight from its outpost over here and saying, okay, yeah, you want to play knight to d3, go ahead, but it's not going to work out for you very well. And I think one of the problems, the big problems here is for white to deal with is the strength of these two rooks. It's still equal. The engine obviously is not interested in knight to d3, which is what I was looking at. Knight to c3, on the other hand, makes a lot of sense. In fact, knight to c3 is probably the best way of dealing with everything because it now controls the square the same amount of times it's being attacked. So if takes, well, yeah, it's being attacked twice and it's being defended twice. So you can exchange and basically everything's going to be fine. And now you're pretty much completely prepared to play knight to d3. So let's say h4. Yeah, knight to d3 is definitely up there. There's nothing wrong with knight to d3 because of the fact that knight to b4 just... Or maybe, does knight to b4 work? No, it can't do. Knight to b4, I was thinking actually if you take and you take back, yeah, then you just exchange over here. This is kind of almost removing this defender. So for example, if you didn't have captures, which obviously you do, and you had to move this knight, you could jump forward, but this would be not so bad. That's a... Oh, of course, then you can just play back. Okay, that makes sense. And now you're just rerouting this knight from here to here, still guarding the d1 square twice. Makes sense. Okay, back to the comments and back to the game. All right. So let's see. I trust my man Ding has not made any blunders since I got out of the shower. No, I think you're in the clear. I do not like to hear about Ding being challenged. Ding should be the challenger. Yeah, this is what happens when you got money on the line. No, Ding, I mean, things are still fine. Like, he's not gonna... The mistake that I was referring to, he's not gonna make a mistake like this. Knight to d3 would be a really big blunder. But I have no doubt that Ding will immediately spot the fact that he does play knight to d3, knight to b4 is a very serious threat. Just to get that up on the analysis board. Yeah, I was thinking in this position to play knight to d3. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. We do have a move. I'll circle back to the live board in a moment. But I was thinking about playing knight to d3 here. And if you play knight to d3, knight to b4 is very, very problematic. You can't capture the knights because your rook on d1 is being attacked twice. And yeah, it's just very, very difficult to be able to deal with the threat of the knight attacking the c2 pawn. So if you try to defend the c2 pawn, now you just pick up the knight in the center, and now it's not being defended sufficiently by white. So this would be really terrible. But this is not a move that Ding's going to make. In fact, he hasn't made this move. He's actually played knight to c3, which is the engine's best move. Yeah. I'm just watching the stream here, but getting ready to go to the gym, so I'll be watching on my phone and unable to comment shortly. No problem, Mark. Enjoy gym. I hope it is extremely productive and that you come back with the strength of 1,000 men. Yeah, let me know in the comment section where you're watching from. Let's head back to the live board. We have had some moves. Okay, we just saw there that the knights have been rotating. Are we going to see a draw? It looks like it, guys. I think we might have a draw by threefold repetition shortly. Yeah. I think, Mark, before you leave, stick around because this might be the end of the game. I think both players are quite happy to avoid some of the complexities of the end game. I could be mistaken, but let's just jump to... watching from Belgium. Welcome from Belgium. And the strength of $100 extra, yeah. Yeah, might not be $100 extra, but we'll see. Yeah, okay. Guys, it is on the board. We're about to see the players shake hands, draw by threefold repetition. Both players not really interested in risking much more in this game, which makes a lot of sense. Especially after what happened yesterday. little bit of a delay with the live stream. We should see both players accepting a draw really any moment now. Let's see if this is more updated. There we go. Yeah, so you can see on the board, draw by threefold repetition, if I'm not mistaken. Let's just take a look here. Yeah. Both of the knights shuffling back and forth. And I think one of the reasons for that is, I think Gukesh realizes that this is a perfectly fine opportunity just to say, okay, I'll wait for tomorrow. I'm gonna have the white pieces tomorrow. I can easily come back tomorrow. I don't need to risk it now. It would be absolutely gutting for Gukesh to lose this game. Mark, have a good one. Enjoy your gym session. And yeah, those of you who are still on the stream, I will be streaming tomorrow, and I'm going to do a little bit of a wrap of today's game on the channel. I'll probably upload that in the next hour or two. Not necessarily the most exciting, but it definitely will mean that we have an exciting game to look forward to tomorrow. Because I can guarantee you one thing about tomorrow's game, that Gukesh is not going to be playing passively. He's going to be going for it. And I have no doubt that, yeah, he is going to try and win. Wonder why there's such a massive delay. It's quite interesting. In the video, I'm waiting for the players to shake hands, and I don't know if there's some kind of like glitch in the stream, or maybe it's just a very long delay. Mark says bets on Gukesh tomorrow. Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to the live stream and see if I'm kind of up to date. No, I'm clearly not up to date. That's very irritating. Not sure why exactly. All right, let's do this. I'll back up and then I'll just do a little screen share of the two players. Cheers, Mark. Have a good one. But the score as it stands right now, 1.5 to half point for Gukesh. And I think Gukesh will be encouraged, at least that he's on the board, that he didn't do anything massive in terms of blundering. Okay, I think it should be the last stages of the game now. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to solve this for tomorrow. What I'll do is I'll see if I can do a... okay, yeah, guys, it's just a moment away. We're going to see the end result shortly. We're just about up to live. It's very dissatisfying not watching the players shake hands. But yeah, what I'll do is tomorrow, I will see if I can fix this lag in between the footage that we're seeing and the players themselves in the top right hand corner. It shouldn't be too difficult to do, and I think it'll be a lot more satisfying.
All right, let's jump over to the big board, the big screen. All right, there we have it. Yeah, and you can see, just to wrap things up, the players discussing some of the important moments in the game. And yeah, I think it was probably always going to be heading towards a draw, but there was definitely quite a lot to calculate at one point. And I think neither player was really incentivized to get into a long grinding battle. And that's why draw by threefold repetition was sort of an attractive option. You might be saying, well, doesn't white have like a little bit of an edge here? Isn't there something to play for? Yeah, that's what the engine says, but really it's difficult to mess this up. And it doesn't really make sense for either player to spend so much time and energy trying to sort of eke out a win from this position. One thing I would say is that if Magnus Carlsen was playing this with the white pieces, I think he would be more inclined to continue. Not necessarily, but these kind of long, protracted games where there's potential for someone to make a mistake, especially under time pressure and maybe heading into an end game where Magnus Carlsen is such a specialist. But with these two players, and given the dynamic of the first game, I think it makes a lot of sense that they both accept a draw. So there you have it. That is going to be a wrap for from the coverage today. Thank you so much for watching. We did not even that long today. It was, I guess because of the fact that I restarted, we started coverage at around 9:45. So 2 hours, so nearly 6 hours of coverage today. Well done for sticking around, and thank you guys for the support. I will be streaming tomorrow on this channel, so be sure to keep an eye out for that. I will hopefully come up with some insanely creative thumbnail, but yeah, that's a problem for later on. But thanks for watching wherever you are in the world. Have a great morning, afternoon, evening, and I'll see you guys later.